My name is Dr. Ben Thompson, and I'm here hosting the Tinnitus Relief Summit 2025. This is our third annual summit, and this particular event has one of the best lineup of speakers that I've seen in the world of tinnitus. Doctors, specialists, therapists, I think people who are really working hands-on with many patients, which I find to be some of the most important insights. So today I'm excited to introduce our topic, brain plasticity and tinnitus from an ENT doctor. I'm excited to introduce Dr. Brian Worden, who's an experienced ENT physician with a focus on understanding the complexity of tinnitus, its various root causes, and its neurological underpinnings. So he trained at UCSF Medical Center and completed his medical residency at Stanford in California, and then he went on to work for many years at within the Kaiser Permanente hospital system in California. So his work emphasizes the concept of brain plasticity and its role in the perception and management of tinnitus. And as I've gotten to know him, I've learned that he can really integrate these complex systems and theories and put them into one easy to understand approach or explanation. So you can also find him through his work at alleviatetinnitusTherapy.com. And today he's going to present on the topic of brain plasticity and tinnitus. Welcome, Dr. Brian Worden.
Thank you so much for having me, and thank you for the kind introduction, Ben. It's a real pleasure to be joining everybody today. As Ben said, I am a board-certified ear, nose, and throat specialist. I have more than 15 years of clinical practice experience, and I've decided to dedicate the next stage of my career to developing better treatment options for patients with bothersome tinnitus. I'm passionate about educating both patients and physicians about this subject because I think we could be doing a much better job at connecting people that have intrusive tinnitus with effective treatments that are supported by science. So this is an outline of what we're going to talk about today, and hopefully at the end, I'll have a few minutes to answer some questions that you may have. We're first going to talk about why we think tinnitus starts and why it seems to linger in some people, causing distress and impairing their quality of life. We're then going to touch on the processes of sensory gating and habituation, so we understand the tools that the brain typically uses to tune out tinnitus. And finally, we'll focus on the process of neuroplasticity and how we can harness this natural mechanism to rewire our brains in healthy ways and quiet burdensome tinnitus. Now, we all know that tinnitus is a common condition. It affects probably almost 20% of the population. Most experts feel that tinnitus develops as a natural side effect of normal compensatory mechanisms that occur within the auditory system of the brain in response to decreased stimulation because of some degree of hearing loss, even if the hearing loss is too mild or too high frequency to be documented on a standard hearing test. For the majority of people that experience tinnitus at some point in their lives, their brains quickly recognize that the tinnitus signal is neither dangerous nor important, and it is thus tuned out of their conscious awareness and never becomes bothersome. However, for some, their brains mistakenly classify the tinnitus signal as a potential danger that must be monitored. And for these unfortunate folks, the tinnitus persists as a bothersome perception that then triggers a stress response and an emotional response that amplify the suffering. So let's talk a little bit more about what I mean when I say that most people naturally tune out their tinnitus. So our brains are constantly being bombarded with sensory information from our eyes, ears, touch receptors, smell receptors, and taste receptors. And we honestly don't have the attentional bandwidth to actually consciously experience all of it. So in order for us to function and survive, we rely on subconscious centers in our brains to filter all of this incoming sensory information and selectively amplify the pertinent information, sending that stuff to our conscious awareness, while suppressing the sensory information that is unimportant and non-threatening. Now, most of this happens very rapidly in real time via a process that's called sensory gating that involves a complex network of interactions between several brain areas called the prefrontal cortex, the thalamus, and the basal ganglia. This sensory gating process also helps us to ignore distracting sensory information when we're consciously trying to focus our spotlight of attention on one thing in our environment, like when we're trying to listen specifically to the voice of our friend sitting across from us while ignoring the background noise in a crowded restaurant. So for people with persistent tinnitus, the first level of failure occurred here. Their sensory gating mechanism did not suppress the tinnitus signal. But there is another method that our brains use to tune out non-threatening stimuli, and that is called habituation. Now, habituation is slower and a more simplistic neurologic process that even small animals with less complex nervous systems can display. Essentially, when a stimulus is presented repeatedly and it does not result in an arousal-producing effect, either positive or negative, the brain will eventually reduce or inhibit responsiveness to that stimulus. As an example of this, I like to describe the adaptation to the sound of one's refrigerator running. So there is a near constant buzzing sound emanating from the refrigerators in our kitchens. However, over time, several things occur in our brains in response to this sound. First of all, our brains become familiar with it because of repeat exposure. Secondly, our brains classify the sound as unimportant and non-threatening, so it doesn't elicit an arousal response like fear, annoyance, or pleasure. And then eventually, the brain actually inhibits our awareness of this sound such that we are generally not conscious of its presence unless we actively try to listen to it. We are thus habituated to the sound of our refrigerators. Another example of habituation involves people who live near noisy train tracks. Over time, their bodies become habituated to the sound of the trains roaring by such that it is eventually barely noticeable to them. Now, many people will find that their tinnitus slowly gets softer over time due to habituation, but this tends to occur only if their bodies have not developed a significant aversive reaction to the tinnitus. For many people, their habituation to tinnitus is blocked because they've developed, through no fault of their own, a chronic stress response or emotional reaction to the tinnitus. They may be thinking about the tinnitus all the time, stressing about the tinnitus, fighting the tinnitus, or worrying about the tinnitus. Remember from our previous definition that habituation only occurs if there is repeated exposure to a stimulus without an arousal-producing effect. As such, many of the most effective treatments for tinnitus aim to calm the maladaptive aversive reactions that many people develop in response to tinnitus so we can allow the natural habituation process to occur. So this slide shows the neural pathways of hearing. Now, I don't want to get bogged down in too much detail here, but I do want to communicate how amazingly complex our nervous system is and how so much sensory processing and filtering goes on without our conscious awareness. And this is relevant to tinnitus because it is ultimately a failure of this sensory processing and filtering that results in persistent bothersome tinnitus. Because that is really all that tinnitus is. It's background electrical activity in our auditory system that is perceived as a sound, a neural signal that really should have been filtered out before reaching our conscious awareness. So now let's zoom in and look at what's happening in our nervous system on a microscopic scale. The human brain contains 86 billion neurons that are sending and receiving electrical signals throughout each day. And these neurons interface with each other, forming 100 trillion synaptic connections between them. And this vast, complex network of connections runs like a supercomputer, governing every thought, sensation, emotion, and movement. But what is key to understand is that the structure, organization, and connectivity pattern of the adult human brain is not fixed and invariable like scientists used to think. Our wiring is constantly evolving based on our experiences, behaviors, and exposures. And this process is called neuroplasticity. What neuroscientists observe is that neural pathways that are repeatedly used over and over become strengthened and reinforced. And as these brain areas are bolstered, their functionality improves. Eventually, through extensive practice, we can actually see structural changes in the brain on imaging studies from this kind of repetitive reinforcement. So in very real terms, our brains actually change in response to how we think and what we do. Here are some examples. If a person lifts weights in the gym and increases the size of their bicep muscles, the area of the brain that is designated for controlling that muscle also becomes larger. And a well-documented English study revealed that London taxi drivers have a larger brain region involved in memory called the hippocampus than do bus drivers. And this is attributed to their need to constantly use complex spatial information to navigate new roads in unknown areas, as opposed to bus drivers who follow a more limited set of routes. And numerous studies have documented that trained musicians have structural enlargements of several brain areas involved in motor coordination, auditory processing, and spatial recognition when compared with non-musicians. It's important to understand, however, that depending on what is being practiced, neuroplastic changes can be either helpful or detrimental. For instance, repetitive physical therapy exercises in people that have had a stroke can promote beneficial neuroplasticity that results in improved movement and function. However, loss of function can also occur due to neuroplasticity. For instance, if a person's eye is covered with a patch for a long period of time, neuroplastic changes in the visual centers of the brain will actually lead to a visual impairment in that eye. In addition, it has been shown that repetitive negative thinking patterns can cause detrimental neuroplastic changes that predispose to conditions like anxiety and depression. But what does this have to do with tinnitus, you might be asking? Well, this topic is related to tinnitus in a few ways. First of all, most researchers feel that the reason that temporary tinnitus transitions to chronic tinnitus is because the abnormal neural signaling that caused the tinnitus becomes ingrained and reinforced due to maladaptive neuroplasticity. And it is also likely true that a person that constantly focuses their attention on their tinnitus all day drives neuroplastic changes that reinforce that monitoring and awareness, ultimately making the tinnitus more difficult to ignore. In addition, as we know, much of the suffering associated with tinnitus is related to how the body reacts in negative ways to this harmless phantom sensation. So negative thought patterns, chronic ruminative thinking, worry, and resistance behaviors that often occur in response to tinnitus can become hardwired into the brain over time due to neuroplasticity, and that makes it more challenging to overcome these issues. In fact, many studies that have actually examined the connections and structures of the human brain using various imaging techniques have shown that people with persistent bothersome tinnitus have alterations in the connections and levels of activity in various brain regions that involve hearing, attention, introspection, stress, and emotion. But the good news is that we can also utilize the power of neuroplasticity to make positive changes in the brain that ultimately quiet tinnitus. And I think this realization can be enormously empowering to people. Many folks suffering with tinnitus feel hopeless and powerless because of this tormenting sensation and the negative effects that it has caused on their body and overall well-being. But when we show people that there are real intentional practices, behaviors, lifestyle changes, and interventions that they can do to modulate their own neurobiology in healthy ways and calm their tinnitus, It helps give them back a sense of control. It turns the tables so they feel that they have the power and agency to overcome tinnitus and reclaim their well-being. Now, we don't have time today to go into great detail about all these interventions, but let me give you a brief overview of a few tools we have available and what practices have been most helpful for my patients. First of all, I'm a huge proponent of various forms of contemplative practice to help people with bothersome tinnitus. Now, I know that many people have an automatic gut reaction when they hear terms like mindfulness, meditation, and yoga. These terms are often equated with some form of Eastern voodoo or hippie fad. But there is actually a mountain of neuroscience research that supports the power of contemplative practices to change our brains and behaviors in healthy ways. Think of contemplative practices as mental exercises that are done to strengthen helpful brain functions. Just like an elite athlete uses regular physical exercise and training to improve their muscle strength, speed, agility, and physical performance, contemplative practices are brain training, where beneficial neural pathways are strengthened over time to improve vital mental functions, including self-awareness, attentional control, insight, and self-regulation. I recommend mindfulness education and practice for almost all of my patients with intrusive tinnitus, and there is strong clinical research to support its effectiveness. In fact, there have been several randomized controlled trials published in the clinical research that have demonstrated the effectiveness of mindfulness interventions in reducing the severity of tinnitus. And it's clear that many of the benefits of mindfulness practice are mediated through neuroplastic changes in the brain. Multiple studies have documented that people who engage in mindfulness meditation have structural differences in several areas of the brain compared with non-meditating people. These include increased volumes of brain areas involved in learning, problem solving, emotional regulation, and memory, and a decreased volume of the amygdala, one of the main structures of the limbic system that we feel plays a role in the tinnitus-related distress that many people experience. Contemplative practices like mindfulness also train people to better regulate their attention and change their relationships with thoughts, emotions, and body sensations, which many of my tinnitus patients have found helpful. So on a practical level, how does a person learn more about using mindfulness and other contemplative practices? Well, as Ben said, I offer an online course aimed at helping people with intrusive tinnitus, and teaching mindfulness practices tailored to this purpose is an important aspect of this course. And you can learn more about that offering at alleviatetinnitusTherapy.com. But you can also take formal courses on mindfulness, both online and at universities or meditation centers. There are also apps like Headspace or Calm that teach some of the basics of mindfulness and meditation. And finally, there are several great books that provide an excellent foundation for starting a mindfulness practice. I generally recommend starting with a book by Jon Kabat-Zinn, like Wherever You Go, There You Are, but there are many other great books that have been written by others. The next tool we'll discuss is cognitive behavioral therapy. This is an intervention most commonly provided by a psychologist, and it teaches people with bothersome tinnitus to recognize and alter unhelpful patterns of thinking and behavior related to their response to tinnitus and to improve their coping skills. Of all the treatments for tinnitus that have been studied in clinical research, cognitive behavioral therapy has the largest number of studies that support its effectiveness at reducing the severity of tinnitus. And many of the benefits of CBT are achieved by reversing detrimental neuroplastic changes in the brains of tinnitus sufferers that were triggered by unhealthy reactive thought patterns and behaviors. In turn, psychologists administering cognitive behavioral therapy help people practice different, more productive thought patterns and behaviors that are thus reinforced via neuroplasticity, leading to lasting improvements in tinnitus-related distress. And imaging studies have confirmed that CBT induces neuroplastic changes in the connections between the prefrontal cortex, involved in decision-making and self-regulation, and limbic regions like the amygdala, which plays a role in the fearful and emotional response to tinnitus. Now, the third practice that I'll mention today is positive thinking exercises. Now, this is another term that will sometimes trigger an eye roll from my patients. But again, this is an intervention that is supported by solid neuroscience research. As we've discussed, many people that are most troubled by tinnitus have developed strong negative mental and emotional reactions to this perception. That might include concentration difficulties, frustration, anxiety, self-criticism, depression, hopelessness, and a reduced sense of enjoyment. And these issues can really ruin a person's quality of life. Now, many of these reactions are strongly influenced by recurrent negative thinking patterns and our brain's negativity bias. And again, because of neuroplasticity, these negative thinking patterns become hardwired into our brains over time, contributing to lasting discontent. But we can deliberately and intentionally counteract and reverse some of that unhealthy neuroplasticity by engaging in regular positive thinking exercises. And research has shown that practices fostering gratitude, optimism, and self-compassion can have many benefits, including improved mood, enhanced subjective well-being, better work performance, improved health, enriched relationships, and even help us live longer. A lot of the research on this subject has been pioneered by Doctors Martin Seligman and Kristen Neff. And the exercises that they recommend include simple things like keeping a daily gratitude journal or spending a few minutes every day sending a positive email or text message praising or thanking someone you know. I advise checking out recommendations from Dr. Neff at her website, selfcompassion.org, or reading one of the excellent books published by Dr. Seligman. Now, these activities may seem silly or insubstantial to some, but they can really help reinforce positive neural networks involving our mood and attitude, and this can reduce many of the most troublesome emotional and psychological reactions to tinnitus that drive much of the suffering. For instance, one clinical study demonstrated that doing positive thinking exercises for just 1 week can have beneficial effects on mood and happiness lasting for up to 6 months afterwards. So imagine the benefit if you incorporated such practices into your regular routine. Now, the last intervention that I'll mention is a little different because it doesn't involve a mental exercise or a behavior change. It involves using a device. I'm sure most of you have heard of the bimodal neuromodulation device called Linear, produced by Neuromod, and perhaps also the similar bimodal neuromodulation device being developed by Dr. Susan Shore's group at the University of Michigan. The reason I wanted to mention these products is because they are thought to produce their benefits by promoting beneficial neuroplastic changes in areas of the auditory system. The background science behind these devices is based on some animal studies that suggested that tinnitus may be caused by abnormal neural firing in an area of the auditory system called the dorsal cochlear nucleus, and that by providing a certain pattern of simultaneous somatosensory and auditory stimulation, that neuroplastic changes would occur, reducing the abnormal firing in the dorsal cochlear nucleus and quieting the tinnitus. Now, I've read all of the clinical studies published about the performance of the Linear device, and my impressions honestly are mixed. It's clear that the device is helping some people, especially those with more severe tinnitus, but it's unfortunately not the tinnitus cure that many people were hoping for. And a small percentage of patients actually reported worsening of their tinnitus while using this device. And I suspect that subsequent studies with the device from Dr. Susan Shore's team will likely report similar results. So at this point, I don't discourage my patients from trying Linear, but I do think that there are cheaper, evidence-based approaches that can be just as effective for most patients with tinnitus. Now, I also want to point out that there are clearly some lifestyle changes that seem to create an internal environment in the nervous system that is most conducive to promoting neuroplasticity. And these include getting plenty of quality sleep, eating a well-balanced diet, low in refined carbohydrates and saturated fats, and engaging in regular exercise, ideally a combination of both aerobic exercise and resistance training. Research also suggests that optimizing all three of these lifestyle factors actually creates a synergistic effect in promoting brain health and neuroplasticity. So let's take a moment to summarize the key points from today's discussion. Number one, chronic tinnitus is experienced in part because of a failure in the brain's mechanisms of filtering out meaningless sensations. Number two, the structure and function of the nervous system is constantly changing in response to our thoughts, behaviors, and exposures due to neuroplasticity. We can harness this process to intentionally rewire our brains in healthy ways that make it easier to recover from tinnitus. And number three, mindfulness meditation, cognitive behavioral therapy, positive thinking exercises, and bimodal neuromodulation devices all promote beneficial neuroplasticity that can reduce the severity of tinnitus. That's all for today, and hopefully I have some time left to address a few questions.
Excellent. Thank you, Dr. Worden. Very comprehensive, just as I would expect being an ENT physician.
Thank you.
The first question that I've seen here is for people who are just getting started with one of these approaches that might be referred to as neuroplasticity programs, you could say. What do you recommend they start with? Maybe that's your program, maybe that's something else. What are some good baby steps to warm up to the idea of it?
Yeah. I think probably if somebody wants to start off with something, I would look into learning a little bit about mindfulness, because I think that the lessons from mindfulness and the practices of mindfulness can really help us change our relationship with tinnitus. And there's a lot of good resources out there right now. And so if somebody wants to first approach this kind of treatment algorithm for tinnitus, I think starting a mindfulness practice is a great first step.
Excellent. And then the second question we have here is, what do you see moving forward in the next years to come with the current gold standard approaches that may include cognitive behavioral therapy, sound therapy treatments, and then mindfulness, mind body? Really, we're describing a sort of comprehensive best practice in the current age. Where do you see this going in the next few years? What should our community be aware of as things develop?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think when we talk about the treatments that are available for tinnitus, or the treatments that can be created for tinnitus, we kind of divide them into two categories, right? So there are the treatments that we have that are aimed at reducing the maladaptive responses to tinnitus. And honestly, that's what most of the current treatments are about, right? They're not necessarily making the tinnitus signal immediately less prominent. They're changing our response to tinnitus so that hopefully our bodies can habituate to it and it can become softer in the future. But my hope is that as the science of understanding tinnitus and hearing loss improves in the coming years, that we will have more treatment options that are specifically aimed at reducing the tinnitus signal as the first step. And I'm not sure whether that's going to be some sort of gene therapy in the inner ear, or whether it's going to be a device like bimodal neuromodulation. I also think that there is some potential that vagal nerve stimulation may be helpful for tinnitus sufferers as a treatment in the future. So I think that's the next frontier, right? We've tried our best to reduce the suffering associated with tinnitus by doing things like mindfulness, cognitive behavioral therapy, and stress reduction, focusing on promoting better sleep, and all of these kinds of things to try and make it easier for our bodies to fix themselves, to habituate to the tinnitus. But it would be great if we had a more direct treatment that actually just makes the tinnitus sound go away. And we're not there yet, but I'm optimistic that we will get there.
Dr. Brian Worden, very experienced ENT doctor. I'm so glad you're here to share your insights. And to all the people listening who maybe have been told by any kind of doctor that there's nothing they could do, or there wasn't a way for them to help, that's not true. This talk was a great example of that. Where can we find your work? The Alleviate Tinnitus Therapy. Who's the right candidate to try that, and where can we find more information about that?
I think almost anyone can benefit from the approach that we offer at alleviatetinnitusTherapy.com. It's a rather comprehensive program. It's basically, I like to describe it as everything that I wish I had time to discuss with my patients in the office, but can't because of the confines of 15-minute clinic visits, you know. So there's over 5 hours of content that I've created, ranging from tinnitus education to learning about what kind of evaluation everybody with bothersome tinnitus should have, what kinds of health problems should be considered that can contribute to tinnitus. We talk about sound therapy, mindfulness techniques, lifestyle changes that can be beneficial. It's a great program, and it's helped many, many people. And my hope is that we can help many, many more.
Thank you so much. And I put that link in the chat for those who are here on Zoom.
Thank you
And
so much.
Brian, if you'd like to spend a few more minutes, you can answer some questions from Clayton, Marcy, and Fred in the question and answer or the chat. So you're welcome to stay, and let's give a virtual round of applause to Dr. Brian Worden. Thank you so much.
I'd be happy to.
All right, next up, I am very excited to introduce our next speaker. Patrick, if you'd like to, there you are. Hello, nice to speak with you.
Hello. Good to see you, Ben.
Good to see you too. If you'd like to do me a favor and record on your computer from your side right
yes,
now.
You had asked us to do that. Give me 1 second here.
Perfect.
I'm gonna hit the more and record to.
Excellent.
Gotcha.
Excellent. Thank you. All right, guys. So there's about 200 of us here live, and then we know that this will be shared with others who will watch the recording. I'm just happy to announce that at Treble Health, we have a team of audiologists, doctors who specialize in tinnitus, and we've identified a charity for the tinnitus community that we really believe in based on their years of serving the tinnitus community, how they're taking charitable donations and helping people with tinnitus. And it's the American Tinnitus Association, or ATA for short. So we support their cause. And today's guest speaker on this subject is Patrick Lynch, who serves as the CEO of the American Tinnitus Association. So like I said, we really support this cause, and I encourage everyone here who's listening to consider if it's within your means to donate. So during this session, we have a goal to fundraise $1,000 for the ATA, and Patrick and I will discuss how exactly that money gets used and where it's going in this conversation. But I can say, if you trust our organization, then I am passing that on to trust the ATA as the best charity for the tinnitus community. So I have a specific link that I'm going to put in the chat, and I would like for us all to consider this. And I'm going to quickly share on my screen right now the information regarding this fundraiser for the charity of the American Tinnitus Association. As you guys are looking at this, I want to now introduce Patrick. So Patrick is the leader and the CEO at the American Tinnitus Association, and what they do is they offer funding research for future treatments and discovery methods of how to improve tinnitus care. They also provide a very important phone answering service for patients who are really struggling. They also host support groups that are across the country, and many more aspects we're going to learn about today. Patrick himself has an experience of becoming an attorney, working in various health organizations, and he himself has had bothersome tinnitus. And he's committed to supporting, the millions who have it. So you can check them out at ata.org, American Tinnitus Association. And today we're here to talk about the topic of the American Tinnitus Association, a charity with direct impact on tinnitus and how you can support it. Patrick, welcome.
Thank you so much, and thanks for the kind introduction. And most of all, thank you to you and the audience for even considering support of our charity. We're proud of our over 53-year history, going back to its founding from a researcher and patient of tinnitus. And so we're proud to have that long tradition, and we're very, very thankful for your support and the consideration of the support from the audience. So thanks so much.
Absolutely. And while we're all here, we thought we would start by sharing the screen, which essentially shows the donation page. So you can see we're looking to raise $1,000, and we've already hit 20% of it, which is great. So the ask or the consideration for you guys would be, if it's within your means, to consider donating $100, $50, or $20. And during this talk, we'll explain how those funds get used and the quality control essentially on how the charity is run. But yeah, Patrick, would you like to explain? This is Tinnitus Awareness Week. So
Yes.
what have we been doing so far in terms of raising the awareness and the support in the community?
Fantastic questions. And I should have started everything I said with Happy Tinnitus Awareness Week. It's a special week for us. So so Tinnitus Awareness Week is a global effort that began long before my tenure here with the ATA, which I still tell people I'm new, but I'm technically in month 10, so newish. Anyhow, Tinnitus Awareness Week has been along for a very long time, and we're proud to be a small part of it. The intent really is behind all organizations who have any kind of a stakehold in tinnitus, whether you're a provider, a researcher, or even a patient, to try to provide more resources, reliable information, which I know you've already been talking about quite a bit this week, but finding reliable information can be difficult for patients, as those watching know. And we're a charity that tries to do all three. We fund research, we try to educate providers, and we try to provide reliable information to patients. And so Tinnitus Awareness Week is a much larger effort to try and make that happen. So we're thrilled to be doing a number of different things. We've actually got our own webinars that we're posting this week. They're not live. So we're not competing with Treble Health's webinar today, but we're complementing it. And one of the things we like to say in the field of tinnitus is a rising tide lifts all boats. And the ATA is proud to do its best to serve as a platform for all the voices involved here. So this week, we're posting a lot of our own conversations, what we call conversations in tinnitus. That's one of the major efforts we're doing this week with a number of experts from around the country. On Monday, just 2 days ago, we had a national fundraiser supported by the Texas Roadhouse and Bubba's 33. They've been a longtime supporter of ours. Believe it or not, their founder had tinnitus. And as a result, the organization has gotten behind the mission of the ATA. And so this past Monday, every single Texas Roadhouse in the country and Bubba's 33 donated proceeds to the mission of the American Tinnitus Association. So that was our big kickoff. And then our big finale, we're going to be doing a live webinar of our own on Sunday, which, Ben, I'd encourage you to join. But our live webinar is to discuss something called the TIDE Project. It's a research project looking at what's called biomarkers in tinnitus. And as you know all too well, the idea of a biomarker is incredibly important because it gives a tool or a potential tool to potentially diagnose some folks who have tinnitus objectively, which can lead to a number of implications ranging from insurance to family support and empathy and so on. And so that's a live webinar we're really, really excited to talk about, just to share the information of the study so far and talk a little bit in layman's terms about what biomarkers are. So those are our efforts this week. And we're doing our best with support from folks like yourself.
Excellent. And I'm happy to say that James Stein has donated $20. So thank you, James. And it looks
Thank
like
you.
Tara is also happy to make a donation. So for those of you who are watching on your computer or your TV, you can actually take out your cell phone and you can scan this QR code, and that will go straight to the donation page where we are at about 25% of our goal. And I'm hopeful we can get it done on this call because we're all here together. So let's talk about more details into how does the ATA work towards silencing the impact of tinnitus? Um, how do the funds get used? Maybe we can start with, I think, what's most relevant for everyone here, which is the information for patients, the online
Yeah.
resources, the various other resources, the magazine. How do we educate people that are on the front lines of just needing help? So let's talk about that. That one leg of the three-legged stool. How does that exactly work, Patrick?
Ben, it almost sounds like you could do it for us, which is fantastic. So thank you. Yeah. So it's a three-legged stool. We sit at the intersection of all three of those legs. But if you'll indulge me, it's almost easier to talk about what we do today with where we came from. So it'll take me 30, no, maybe 2 minutes, not 30 seconds. But
Please
I'll tell our
indulge
origin
us.
story real quickly, and then that sort of informs where we are today. So in 1971, there was a gentleman by the name of Charles Eunice. And he had what today we would call bothersome tinnitus. It was really a distraction in his life. Only in 1971, there was no Wi-Fi, there was no Google, there was no AOL.com or even Prodigy. There was no easily accessible resource for a patient who wanted to know something about tinnitus. And through a confluence of events, he ended up finding literally a physical paper from the NIH in DC listing one researcher, a guy by the name of Jack Vernon in Oregon, who happened to be doing one research project on tinnitus. Charles literally sought Jack out, implored him for help. Jack, of course, said, I'm a PhD, I'm a researcher, I'm in higher education, I'm not a provider, I'm not an ENT, I'm not an audiologist even. I don't know. Actually, that might not be true about the audiologist part, but he did tell him he wasn't sure how much he could help him. And in talking with one another, and we actually talk about this in one of our videos this week with Grant Searchfield, a researcher on the other side of the globe. Grant was there for this. Jack and Charles were talking, and as they were talking, Charles, while asking him for help, noticed there was a waterfall in the background, and he noticed as the waterfall was going, his tinnitus was less bothersome. It wasn't quite as prevalent as it was otherwise. That sort of led to a eureka moment, which they then realized became background therapy that's used today. That led to Jack and Charles wanting to share the news of that discovery with the world at large, but B, try and see what else they could discover. And so the ATA was born with that mission, sharing the news of what they had found and trying to research the next thing. Now that was over 53 years ago today, and that's been at the DNA of our mission ever since. Trying to serve as a public charity that's sharing this information, that's looking around the corner for what's next, and trying to make sure not just patients, but providers know what the latest things are. So today, to answer your question, today, what do? We're a charitable mission still. We're a 501c3 tax-exempt organization, according to the IRS. I'm a recovering attorney. And I like to joke that, or not joke, but tell the story that if you look at Section 501c3, there's a lot of language about the purpose of a tax-exempt organization. And the purpose really philosophically is the government recognizes it can't do everything for everyone. It would like to, depending on which side of the aisle you're on, but it can't. And so the United States came up with this idea of a 501c3, a tax-exempt org, because it will establish an org as tax-exempt or as a charity in return for that organization not reporting to shareholders, but reporting to donors with a charitable purpose. And so we've had a charitable purpose since 1971, and it's to serve folks with tinnitus. What are we doing today? Our entire history starts with that story about Jack and Charles, but today we have everything from an 800 hotline for patients. So if you are in extreme distress, if you're tired, you don't know where else to look, we have a 1-800 hotline at the top of our website. It's 1-800-634-8978. That's available for anyone to call free of charge. That's funded entirely by donations. And we have what we call our tinnitus advisors who will call that patient back and give them reliable information and advice and hopefully point them in the right direction anywhere near their zip code, if possible. So that's one of the best services we provide that's only made possible because of donations. The other really big area where donations go, of course, is all of ata.org. If you check out that website, there is just a plethora of decades of information. And then you mentioned our magazine as another outreach tool. The magazine's actually rooted in that newsletter I was talking about. So Jack and Charles said, hey, you know, for an X amount of dollars a year, we'll put you on our mailing list. We'll send you a newsletter. Today, that exists in the form of a magazine called Tinnitus Today. We have an incredible editor-in-chief, Joy Onozuka, who collects all of that content. That magazine goes out 3 times a year. And then that, of course, gets spliced down into digital delivery. So it's 2025. So social media, our email channels, and of course, the web. And then the other big area of impact that you've referenced is research. So we're proud to this past summer, tell me if I'm rambling too much here, but we're proud this past summer to have funded just under $500,000 in research. As a matter of fact, Dr. Worden mentioned Susan Shore earlier. Dr. Shore was a recipient of one of our seed grants that eventually led to the work she's doing today with bimodular stimulation. So while we don't have the tens of millions of dollars that maybe the NIH has to give to research, we do give to research. And I know we'll probably touch on this later, but we have a whole process that oversees not only our grant application process, which is beginning very soon, but also the grant review process and recommending to our board who should and shouldn't get funded in a given year. So we funded $500,000 last year. We're hoping to find enough research worthy for at least $500,000 this year.
Wow. Let's take a moment to zoom in on that. You and the American Tinnitus Association funded a seed grant for Dr. Susan Shore's lab out of University of Michigan. Is that correct?
What I can't speak factually to is where she was at the time of the seed grant. I can tell you that we did fund a seed grant for Dr.
Understood.
Shore,
understood. Yeah. She is and was a researcher, professor, University of Michigan, and she got this funding. Spent years researching into bimodal neuromodulation. And for those who don't know, Dr. Susan Shore is really one of the most prominent tinnitus researchers of our time. And potentially, I don't know, I don't have any insider information on this, but potentially developing a technology that would be used to help a lot of people with tinnitus. So yeah, anything else you want to add to that? Because I think that really highlights how this money is not just to support the administrative costs of the charity, but it's actually funding real research that can go on to make a change.
Yeah, so a couple of points there. I can't speak too specifically to Dr. Shore because I wasn't here at the time. It's a story we're proud of that I've heard. I can speak to a lot of the research we funded this summer, for example, and we're highlighting it actually this week. One of them is a researcher out of France, Dr. Guillard, who's studying the connection between sleep and tinnitus. But to your larger question, which is where does money from a charity go? One of the lessons I learned early on as an attorney was at the end of the day, a charity is still a company. And I always tell this story to my close friends and networks. One of my first days as an attorney, I was working out of a firm in Boston, Massachusetts. I was parking my car out there in Boston Yard, dropping my R's. And I was invited to my first meeting with all the attorneys. And I thought, wow, I passed the bar exam. I'm the man. I'm in the big lawyer meeting. And it got to my turn to speak. It was lawyers only. And I said, so my first client, a nonprofit who, and he interrupted me mid-sentence. And he said, I never want to hear that word out of your mouth in an attorney's meeting again. And, I felt like I was getting scolded. I didn't know what I possibly could have done wrong. I thought I said tinnitus instead of tinnitus. He said, and he made me pull out Title 26 USC Section 501c3 of the Internal Revenue Code, which defines what a tax-exempt organization is. And he said, read it out loud. So I literally read it out loud in front of all the attorneys. And he said, what do you not see in that section? The short answer is nonprofit. And so it's important to realize that the point he was making was your clients are still companies. Your clients still have balance sheets. Your clients still have bills to pay and invoices to account for. And it's important that your clients recognize they are a charity, they have a charitable purpose, but they also need funding to achieve that purpose. A more crass version of that is no money, no mission. I like to say, you cannot give what you do not have. And so we exist to give, we exist to fulfill this mission. And the reality is it takes some investments to get there. So every dollar that we raise is always intended to go toward the mission. and we're hoping to raise more so that we can do more. So that's a long-winded answer to where does the money go.
I love
Our
it.
charitable purpose basically is, if any charity tells you 100% of the money goes toward the thing they're doing, I would maybe look a little deeper, because like any other investment, it takes a competent staff. It takes well-trained professionals. It takes dedicated people to the mission. It takes resources, a website, office, paper, stamps, just like any other business. And what you want to look at as a donor is, am I making a wise investment in this mission? Are they good stewards of my donor dollar? And certainly under my leadership, we'll make sure the ATA is a tremendous steward of a donor dollar.
Absolutely, absolutely. And let's highlight on training the providers.
Yeah.
How common is it for people here and listening to go to a local doctor, go through the process of the testing,
Mm.
expecting them to solve your problem or at least point you on the right path, and then to be met with, sorry, there's not much I can do, or there's nothing you can do for tinnitus. How does your organization training providers or providing resources for the professional community? How does that actually impact the patient or the end user here?
Really great question. And two-pronged answer. The first is the problem, the why there that you mentioned. And I've experienced it myself. So I had cancer twice as a teenager. I fought leukemia for almost 5 years in my latter adolescence. And with that came a lot of treatment, including a bone marrow transplant, total body irradiation, and chemotherapy. During that treatment, I started noticing, I woke up from a spinal tap, I'll never forget it, in Providence, and woke up with a ringing in my ears, and told my father, who had played in a band in high school, said, "Oh, I've got that. That's tinnitus." But it was so bad and distracting. I mean, I couldn't sleep. I woke up from the spinal tap and couldn't relax, which was different. I was terrified that I was going to hear it in school, which I did, during exams, which I did, etc. Long story short, my oncologist recommended an audiologist. And this was over 25 years ago now. And the audiologist told me, what I was shocked to learn is still being told today. And you can speak to this, Ben, better than I can. But she told me, she did a screening. And then she said, you have this thing called tinnitus. There's nothing I can do. And you should just learn to live with it. And I was shocked to learn that's what Charles was told in 1971 when the ATA was founded. I was shocked to be hearing that as an 18-year-old. And I was shocked to, when I joined the ATA, learn that people are still being told that. And so the ATA exists to try and keep that from happening. So the second part of your question is, what are we doing for providers? So one of the ways you stop people from hearing that, there's nothing I can do, learn to live with it, is making sure there's more providers out there who can help you, quote unquote, live with it, in pursuit of a cure, and just shy of a cure, which is a controversial world in our industry. But cure, I'm a 3-time cancer survivor. It's a controversial world in cancer too. Just because there's no cure for cancer doesn't mean I'm not still here telling my story as a survivor. So same thing with tinnitus. So the more providers that know about tinnitus, know about what's causing it, know about treatments, plural, that are available for tinnitus, the more patients who are going to hear, I know of a place you can go. I know of a person you can see. And so the ATA exists to try and close that gap for everybody. And to answer your question in terms of professionals, we strive to do our best to provide resources to professionals in pursuit of that. And we have some goals to drastically increase those tools for professionals. There are a number of classes out there that you know about, again, better than I do, in terms of certifications and governing bodies, et cetera. The ATA, I think, will continue to do a good job supplementing those ideas, providing on-demand lectures, ongoing resources, highlighting the latest research. We have an incredible board of directors whose chair right now is a researcher himself, Jinsheng Zhang. And our future will be made up of folks who can form committees, who can publicly direct some of the scientific areas of where we're going, but more importantly, provide everything from on-demand webinars to, in theory, imagine if there was a mecca, so to speak, of tinnitus education somewhere in the world. Imagine if there was a physical gathering regularly, not just for researchers, but for providers of all kinds,
Yes.
focused just on tinnitus. So that's sort of our North Star, and we're headed there. In terms of what we do today, we have professional memberships. So you can become a professional, what we call a professional member of the ATA. You get a login, you get access to our backlog of information, and you get listed internally with us as a provider. And in turn, we keep in touch with you at a different level for professional
Absolutely.
support.
And it should be noted that if anyone wants to work with a provider, the ATA does have a provider search tool, so you can actually find a provider within 100 miles, hopefully, of where you live that has some association with the
Yeah,
ATA, and that is
that's
a
the
valuable
intent.
resource.
Yeah, that's one of the really great resources. Thanks for bringing that up. And we're actually in the middle of rewiring our website right now, and so we're hoping that tool is going to get a lot more exciting. We're going to do what's exciting for us, something like an inline map. So you type in your zip code, and you might even see a pin on a map of where these providers are. So that's one of the areas of focus in the next 6 to 12 months is going to get much
Yes.
more in depth that we're really
Excellent.
proud of. Only with donor support, I should say. Only with donor support.
Absolutely. Well, guys, I'm very happy to announce we have our goal here of raising $1,000 for the ATA during the summit. And like I said, it's actually during this live session. And I was posting, we have, Lori donated $20. She said, keep the research going. The distress is real. Ingrid, John, Andrew, Patricia, lots of donations coming through. So
Thank you.
I was trying to set this up in the background. I think it's going to work. I'm happy to show that
Oh, look at this.
we actually surpassed our goal. So virtual
Wow.
round of applause and
Yes, thank you.
gratitude to
You're all
everyone.
part of the mission now. Thank you.
Excellent. So yeah, that's what we do here is at the summit, we're trying to bring all the relevant, many of the relevant voices in the world of tinnitus, different perspectives, and come together. And this is a great way to do it. So, Patrick, you and I will follow up about some of the technical stuff on this part of it. But
Great.
very successful,
Thanks, Ben.
very successful, and really everyone who donated, thank you guys so much. This does impact people's lives. Patrick, any last words of where we can support the ATA moving forward and during the end here of Tinnitus Awareness Week as we wrap up?
Yeah, please pay attention to sources that you trust. I would say, to quickly wrap it up, ata.org will always exist to serve you and to try to provide the latest information. And I would also just remind folks something that President Kennedy said many decades ago. Ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. That's sort of how the ATA is trying to approach tinnitus. We want to bring people together, and there's no better way to be a part of it than joining. So by becoming a donor, you are now part of the solution. So thank you, everyone who's donated, and you now have a vested interest in the ATA succeeding in silencing tinnitus. So thank you. ATA.org for more information always. And if folks are in distress, 1-800-634-8978. Thanks, Ben.
Excellent. All right, guys, virtual round of applause. Show our gratitude to Patrick Lynch. I know you're busy this week, so keep up the good work and we'll touch base soon.
Thanks, Ben.
Take care.
Bye.
All right, guys, that was great. That was very heartfelt, and I'm so glad we could come together and do that. I've never hosted a live fundraiser by any means, so this was also a technical experiment of how it would work, and it seems like we all did it. Great job. I'm now going to get our next presenter here on stage. So let's take a 1 or 2 minute little break, and then we'll be ready to go. All right, next up we have Melissa Wikoff, who's a doctor of audiology. She'll be promoted to a panelist and then speaking with me on bimodal stimulation for tinnitus. This is a hot topic. This was discussed multiple times here, various presentations, including Dr. Golenhoven's presentation on the various root causes and treatments, including Dr. Worden's discussion on various tinnitus treatments as well. So looks like we're here with Melissa and we are ready to go. Melissa, can you hear me? Excellent, excellent. If you could unmute, then we'll be able to jump in and get
Sorry
started.
about
Yes,
that. Can you hear me?
Sure can. Yes. Thanks for joining
Hi.
us.
What an incredible fundraiser. I am so impressed with you and so grateful for all that you just did right there. Patrick, you're a tough act to follow, but he's like the greatest thing that has ever happened to the ATA. I'm so happy that he's come on board there. It's wonderful.
I love that. So you are an audiologist in Georgia, outside of Atlanta, at Peachtree Hearing.
Yes,
You're dressed as such. You just saw patients all day, correct? So did
I
any
did.
tinnitus
Yes.
patients come into your clinic today?
Yeah. So I saw about 10 people today, and then my daughter had a little school play at lunch. So we took a little long lunch there to go see the play. But we did. So we're seeing patients all day in our clinic. We've got 3 audiologists, and we are a very heavy tinnitus practice. So we are seeing tinnitus patients all day long, and we love
Hmm.
it.
So I'm going to do an introduction here about your background, and then we'll jump into today's topic. So, guys, this is Dr. Melissa Wikoff. She's a board certified audiologist who specializes in tinnitus treatment. She runs a private practice outside of Atlanta, Georgia, and currently serves on the board of directors for the American Tinnitus Association. So, she offers multiple treatment approaches to her patients for tinnitus relief and treatment, including bimodal stimulation, which she's been using since it launched in the United States in 2023. You can find out more information about her clinic if you're in the Southeast. You can go to peachtreehearing.com. And today she'll be having a conversation with me on bimodal stimulation for tinnitus relief. What is it? How it works? And who are the right candidates for this innovative method? So, Dr. Melissa, let's just first start off with um, how do you approach a new patient appointment for someone who does have significant tinnitus? How do you decide which treatment modality is right for them?
That is an excellent question. And in order to figure out the best treatment when someone comes to our practice, before they come in, I'm sending them some paperwork to fill out. And while there's surveys about how is your tinnitus affecting you, how disturbed by it, how aware of you are, how is it affecting your life, how long have you had it, what started it, trying to gather that information. But some patients, sometimes we don't always answer those honestly, right? So sometimes when we're going to the doctor, we don't want to seem as upset as we are, or we want to seem more upset as we are. So you can't get everything from paperwork. So when somebody comes in, the very first thing we do is we sit down and I want to know what brings you in here today. Why are you here? And I'm going to let my patient tell me their story and figuring out what happened, what's going on in their life right now, what's going on in their life around when the tinnitus became bothersome and disturbing really helps me put some of those puzzle pieces together. So I think the biggest piece in that puzzle is listening to my patient and letting them tell me what's going on in their life and trying to figure out a little bit about who they are, what their personality is like, because certain personalities are going to be more aware of tinnitus or more likely to have tinnitus or more likely to have more success with a certain kind of treatment. So just kind of getting to know my patient, and then we move on, probably similar to what you do with your patients. We do a full hearing test, but we look in their ears. We do a test of otoacoustic emissions, it's called, looking at cochlear outer hair cell function. We do a test called a tympanogram that checks the health of the eardrum, and then we look for an acoustic reflex. So I look what's happening there. Some patients, when we do that test, you can have a decreased sound tolerance when you perform that test. So we're sensitive there, and I'm watching to see how my patients react on that test. Then we do a hearing test. Then we also test the ultra high frequencies, and we look for a test. It was a protocol. You may be familiar with it before, probably back when there was a treatment out there called neuromonics was done, where I try and match the pitch and the volume of what you're hearing. And I do a test of something called residual inhibition, which is just playing narrowband noise modulated around the tinnitus I've matched. And it, for about 60 seconds, I do have my patient do some deep breathing while we do that. And I look to see, did that test make things better temporarily? Did it make it worse, or is there no difference? Then when we put all those pieces together, we review the results. Then we figure out what's the best thing for this patient, what's going to work in their lifestyle and their budget. Sometimes it's a hearing aid, sometimes it is bimodal neuromodulation, sometimes it's cognitive behavioral therapy, sometimes it's tinnitus retraining therapy, sometimes it's a combination of sometimes just coming in, having the test and learning that everything's healthy is enough to take the weight off their shoulders. But it's not an easy, it's probably a long-winded answer, but it's not an easy pick. There is no one size fits all. So if you come see me and many of my colleagues, you're not all walking out the door with the same treatment. It is very, very custom to each patient, how disturbed you are, what does your hearing profile look like, and what's your personality like? Like if neuromodulation requires 2 30-minute treatments where I need you to relax, do you have the capacity to do that? Can you give me that time? If you can, fabulous. If you don't have the time for that, let's do something else that works better in your lifestyle. But we're going to figure out the right treatment.
Excellent. Yeah, I think what you're highlighting there is how the best tinnitus treatment is one that's personalized to the patient. And patient A might have trouble with sleep and with hearing. Patient B might have trouble with concentrating at work and anxiety. And those might be completely different tools, techniques, daily habits, treatments that they would go through. So it's not just one type of tinnitus. Let's jump into the topic here, which is bimodal stimulation for tinnitus. This is a hot topic. There's some device manufacturers that have new products that are available, and that always gets some interest or excitement. And this has been covered by various PR agencies. Neuromod's linear device has been very widely um, you know, uh, shared amongst the tinnitus community or the online digital space, as well as it's available in many clinics. And then there's been some other bimodal devices that have been a tool and helpful to some patients. There might be more coming. So let's just perhaps start with, what is bimodal stimulation? How do you explain that to someone who doesn't really know what it is?
Sure. So bimodal just means 2 modes, right? So we're stimulating 2 things, 2 pathways in parallel that go to the brain. So in linear case, it is we're stimulating the tongue and we're stimulating your ears. So feeling from your tongue and sound on your ears at the same time. There used to be a device out there called Neosensory, and it went on the wrist, and it wasn't neuromodulation, it was stimulation, but it would vibrate on the wrist, and there would be sound on the ears at the same time. So there are different ways to do it, but I have found the most effective to be the device that goes on the tongue. It is a really exciting tool to have in our tinnitus toolbox.
So yeah, how does that work exactly for your patients who get
Sure.
it? What happens and how does it work?
Yeah, so we customize a sound. So it's a prescriptive sound based on the test that they do when they come in. So it's custom for the ears, and then we calibrate it for their tongue. And for about 30 minutes, twice a day, they do it at home, but I need them to relax. And they are going to use this treatment and just relax. You can read a book, you can meditate. We do a lot of, I have a yoga teacher training certificate that's come in very handy in tinnitus, where we do a lot of deep breathing, a lot of relaxation when you come to my office. So we talk a lot about relaxing. I find that my patients do better if they can truly relax. We have a lot of busy patients who maybe they are a physician and they want to get chart notes done while they're doing the treatment, but they're going to have more success if they can just relax. So I do have my patients go home, try and relax for about 30 minutes twice a day. It's a minimum of 12 weeks. It can take up to 12 months, but we say, minimum of 12 weeks. Where we are doing this treatment where they're hearing something and they're feeling something, and the pattern on the tongue changes and the pattern in the ear changes. And We don't want to listen for a pattern. Just kind of let this work to make a change in your brain. What we're trying to do is change the way your brain codes the tinnitus. And I'm sure you've talked about this much throughout the day, but our brain, tinnitus is occurring in that subconscious, in the limbic system, and our brain is coding that tinnitus for whatever reason negatively. And it's saying this is important. You know, as human beings, we've got this fight or flight response. And for whatever reason, for each individual patient, your brain, their brain is coding that tinnitus is important, something to pay attention to, as a threat maybe. And we are going to use bimodal neuromodulation to change the brain's perception of the tinnitus. So instead of coding this as important, as something to fight, our brain neutralizes it and it recodes it as something unimportant, non-threatening, until we're no longer aware of it. It's very relaxing. It's a great option for my patients who are extra stressed out, who are really having trouble sleeping. Everybody asks me, what are the side effects? And I say, you know, people tell me their biggest side effect is they're falling asleep easier, they're staying asleep longer. So there's definitely a relaxing component to a treatment like this.
I want to show on the screen for those who want to see a visual of what we're talking about. So this is the bimodal stimulation device that you've been using most regularly, correct?
Yep. Yeah.
Yep. So it has the tongue tip, it has the device that's held in the hand, and then it has headphones, yes?
Yes, exactly. So there used to be one that was on the wrist, and honestly, anyone that I had in this, it was probably placebo effect with that one. I didn't have a lot of true success that I really felt like people were really truly better, other than, look, I was giving patients something that finally gave them conscious control over something that was bothering them, that they had no conscious control over. But this is different. For the first time in my career, I've specialized in tinnitus for probably the last 16 years. It's a really powerful tool. It's not the only tool, and it's not the right tool for everyone. So I definitely want to be cautious, because sometimes I get people really excited about it because I'm enthusiastic and I love it so much, but it's not the right thing for everyone. So when we recommend something like this for you, it's because we really believe that you're going to have success with it.
Great. So which kinds of patients do the best? What's the criteria you look for, or the symptoms that seem to have the best results?
My patients who are really stressed out, as long as they're my patients who can relax, are great. My patients who can't sleep, great patients for it. My patients who have a hearing loss, but they've already corrected it. So like this afternoon, I had a patient who, he's one of my star patients. He needed hearing aids. He got them, and the hearing aids really help with his tinnitus when he's wearing them, but he is still hearing the tinnitus when he takes the hearing aids out at night. And so he is a great candidate for Lanier because he's already corrected the hearing loss. There is for Lanier at least, there is a hearing loss range, we can call it. So if you have hearing loss outside of the range, we could fit you in it, but you would be an unconventional candidate. You're going to have the most success if you treat that hearing loss, if it's severe. If it's just mild and the hearing loss isn't bothering you, great. Lanier is perfect for you. You know, a lot of tinnitus patients will come and see someone and people will just try and sell them a hearing aid. And that's a great step. But when your patient's coming in and they're not complaining about hearing loss, Lanier or bimodal treatment is a great option because it's just going to address the tinnitus. But we can't ignore the root cause. If this person has a severe hearing loss, we want to be honest with them that you really need to try, we need to address that hearing if we want to have the most success. People always surprise me. Sometimes people just don't want a hearing aid. We try Lanier and they do amazingly well. And then there are some people that try Lanier, they weren't ready to address the hearing loss, But linear is kind of that gateway into, okay, I can see where this is working. Then we add a hearing aid in, and that was everything they needed. The combination is amazing. I wish it was free and we can do both at once, but we can't. We've got to make that choice.
Thank you. Thank you. And earlier we had Dr. Michael Gollenhofen, who did some amazing clinical research and the found that tinnitus is generally caused by three main root causes. Number one, cochlear, related to the hearing organ, it's like hearing loss. Number two, central, related to the central gain function or the nervous system's response and reaction to the tinnitus. Or three, somatic issues like neck or jaw. A lot of our community here is actually pretty well versed in these different subtypes, root causes. So, what have you found in that regard of the various root causes or subtypes? You've commented on it, but perhaps bring in the somatic piece. Is that working
Absolutely.
or?
Yeah, so it depends, right? So somatic is tough because we've got a lot of inflammation and we've got a lot of strain and stress in those areas. And I do have some patients in it that have had success. Honestly, it's a case by case basis. It's really hard in the tinnitus world to give you any kind of guarantee. And it's really hard in the tinnitus world to say this is right for all patients with somatic tinnitus or central tinnitus, or, the root cause is the hearing loss. Then, we're going to do that treatment. There are no two people, and I'm sure it's the same in your clinic. There's no two people who walk in the door that get treated the same way. So there are different root causes of tinnitus, but just because your root cause is this or that, it doesn't mean the treatment is going to be the same for everyone with that root cause.
Thank you. Thank you. So, yeah, it sounds to me like in terms of devices you're using with patients, either hearing devices like hearing aids and or linear bimodal. So, is that correct?
Absolutely. Back in the day, it would have been those little GHI devices, and we would be doing tinnitus retraining therapy. But I found that a lot of hearing aids today have components in it where we can add that in. So I don't know if they even make those anymore, but we do that. And then I am very lucky because I have a psychologist who works with me. And it's not that my patient is mentally or emotionally disturbed. It's not that there's anything wrong with them, but adding that CBT component to a treatment like linear or to hearing aids is fabulous. I have some people that do all three. Not everyone can afford to do all three. Not everyone has the patience to do all three, but a combination of some of them, or one or two of them is
Absolutely.
excellent.
Absolutely. Well, we have some questions coming in, so I thought we'd do a little lightning round questions.
Yeah.
This one is from Scott. Scott asks, is the intent of the linear treatment to reduce the awareness of tinnitus?
Yeah.
And or have you seen it reduce the perceived volume of the sound as well?
Yes. So when people always ask me, like, well, what's the success rate, right? So the FDA studies, the Tent-A and Tent-2 and Tent-3 studies, and we're actually doing a real world study that we will publish very soon, and I'm excited about. We're this close to giving you some real world data from our clinic, but they show about an 83% success rate in those first 12 weeks. But then people say, well, what does that mean? Does success mean it's completely gone? Yeah. Do I have some people coming in and saying, oh my God, I forgot I even had it. This is the best thing ever. Yes. But do I have other people saying, oh, I'm just much less aware of it? It's reduced my awareness and it's reduced my disturbance, we'll call it. So those two things you kind of nailed with that question is, yeah, most people were going to reduce your awareness and your disturbance of it.
Thank you. And the next question here comes from Howard. So Howard is concerned, or maybe even himself had used linear and or is concerned about using it, potentially making things worse. Any experience with that of how
It's a great
likely is that to
question.
happen, and what does someone do
Yeah.
with any tinnitus treatment or linear if things aren't getting better, they're maybe feeling worse?
It's a great question. So with any tinnitus treatment, there's always a chance that when we start treating it, you start to notice it more for whatever reason, temporarily. But, there are some patients with hearing aids, some people with linear, some people with all kinds of things. When I suddenly give you something that you are using, that you are looking at, that makes you more consciously aware of the fact that you have tinnitus, you can be more consciously aware of it temporarily. And then sometimes when we're making new neural connections with any tinnitus treatment, our brain becomes temporarily more aware of it. What I can, and I said there are no promises in the tinnitus field, I do not have one patient that I have seen out of thousands of tinnitus patients, hundreds of linear patients, that's left me worse than when they came. So my advice would be, if you start something like this, it's very unlikely that it gets worse. But if it does get worse, you call your audiologist, you call your tinnitus provider, we'll call it, and work through it. And we customize a plan and we figure out what to do to get it to go back down. It's unlikely. It can happen in some cases. Another good phrase that I'll hear some audiologists use is, we're trying to fight that tinnitus, we're poking the bear. Sometimes that bear will want to poke back. I liken it to a roller coaster ride, and I'm holding my phone with one hand, trying to talk to you with the other hand, but think about a roller coaster that goes like this. Some cases, as we're treating tinnitus, it can fluctuate, right? Sometimes it can get a little bit worse just before it gets much better. So actually, if you call me and you tell me it's getting worse, I'm going to be thrilled, because I know in my experience, you're going to get so much better. It just means it's working, and it sounds crazy and counterintuitive. And when you're already bothered by something so much, it's scary. But my biggest advice is, if you do any kind of treatment like this, find somebody that you trust, that you know that you can call, that will help you work through those fluctuations, if there are any.
Love it. Yeah, great points. And remember that tinnitus is not set in stone. So if it gets worse or it gets better, or if it spikes, it shows us, oh, this isn't a permanent level. It's not set in cement here. And that means a treatment can likely work. Totally agree with what you said, that temporary short-term spikes, or it feels worse or it is worse, does not mean that we should abandon the ship just yet.
Yes.
There are certain cases with treatments that we want to be careful with, and a good thing to follow in medicine is do no harm. And if things really did get
Absolutely.
worse, that would be harmful. So we try to make sure that doesn't happen.
Yes.
Okay, lightning.
Communication is just key, right? Make sure if
Yeah,
something's worse, you call the person who's taking care of you and we work it out.
absolutely, absolutely. All right, this one's from Donna. A few lightning round questions. Can you use a hearing aid and linear together?
Yeah, totally. I've got lots of people that do it. We have a couple of videos on our YouTube channel, or if you go to our website, I think they're up, of patients who've done both. And it's actually our patients. You can see what they're saying about using both. They've had great success. You shouldn't wear your hearing aid while you're doing your linear, because linear is going to have a custom prescription to your hearing without your hearing aids in. So you're going to take them out while you do your treatment, and you just pop them on when you're done.
Absolutely. And for Donna, who asked, definitely make sure your hearing aids are programmed for tinnitus. Number one, make sure whoever you're working with knows that you are actively looking for more solutions for tinnitus. There could be some quick gains of simply adjusting the hearing aid settings too. All right. This next one is from Kevin. Kevin asks, if I have tinnitus, Kevin has tinnitus in only one ear, and it's a moderate level, let's say 6 out of 10. Is linear a possible treatment option for unilateral one-sided tinnitus?
Absolutely. But Kevin, I would make sure that you see someone to get an exam, to find out why it's only in one ear before you move forward with any kind of treatment.
Absolutely. Next question here is from Kathy. Kathy asks, have you seen patients use linear for longer than 12 weeks? If you use it longer, is there greater success, or is there a point of, it's not worth it?
Great question. So yeah, there's so much potential. So there are some people. This morning, somebody came in at their 6-week check and they were like, this is amazing. I'm sleeping through the night. It's gone. And I don't expect that at 6 weeks. Sometimes you come in at 6 weeks and there's no change at all. I don't expect a change yet. But if it's completely gone, yes, we can stop or wean you off it. But if it's not completely gone, we talked earlier about reducing awareness and disturbance. as long as you're enjoying it and it's not a chore to use, there's so much potential. If you continue to use it a little longer, it might get even better and even better. I say it's a 12-week to a 12-month treatment. It doesn't cost any more to use longer. When you get that device, it belongs to you, so you can absolutely use it longer. There are some people who feel better. I had one person come in for her 12-week checkup crying because she thought she had to give it back, and she just loves it so much. It's just part of her routine that helps her feel good and relaxed. And I was like, you don't have to give it up. You can keep using it. Most people are ready after, 3 to 6 months to be done. But there's always potential. If it's not completely eliminated, what happens if you stick with it a little longer? I am all for it.
Thank you. Here's an observation that I've had amongst bimodal stimulation providers so far, is that the ones who seem to have the best results also happen to be the best counselors or coaching and providing the anxiety, stress, insomnia, sleep management as well. Is that what you've seen? Is that, okay, the device is working, but it can really be amplified or accelerated when you bring in these other pieces?
Absolutely. I'm really lucky that we've got a really good team here of people that I can reach out to. I used to serve on the board of directors at the ATA. So I have all these people at my fingertips from we call it like a multidisciplinary approach to tinnitus. It's not like you're going to get linear. Bye, see you later. You've got your gadget and you go. The same if an audiologist was going to fit you with hearing aids. You're not going to buy some hearing aids on Amazon. I'm never going to see you again. You mentioned it earlier. I heard you say when you get a hearing aid, you've got to find someone who understands tinnitus. And so we've got to find a provider who understands what you're going through and that anxiety, stress, what's going on in your life. Some people come and tell me there's a spike. Well, the first question I'm going to ask is, how are you? What's going on? And I'm actually going to listen to you. I think that's a huge key in your success, is what's going on in your life, because that can make tinnitus better or worse.
Absolutely. And we have some questions from Mark and JW, who seem like they're in the Southeast. Seems like a good opportunity to ask if someone wanted to work with you individually, whether it was for bimodal stimulation or just a consultation, how would they get in touch and where would they go in person? Do you offer any remote services?
Question. Yeah, so we do offer remote services. But you can call me. We can do a telehealth over the phone. We do telehealth tinnitus consultations all the time. But you can come see me in person. So we're just outside of Atlanta in Marietta. It's called Peachtree Hearing, and you can just call and set up an appointment. We do a tinnitus consultation, so we can just sit down and talk about your tinnitus. We also do a full tinnitus evaluation, and it's about an hour and a half appointment for that eval, because I want to talk to you. And I do more tests than I would do with just your simple hearing test. Not that a hearing test is simple, but tinnitus requires more. Knowledge is power. So just our website is peachtreehearing.com. You can find me anywhere.
All right, guys, that's Dr. Melissa. And I want to ask, so where do you see the future here going with tinnitus treatment, with bimodal stimulation? You've been on the forefront here with the linear device. How do you see the next years going, and how do you see the efficacy of the treatment to our global community?
I think the sky is the limit, and I think that finally people are paying attention to tinnitus. I mean, Patrick, the ATA, amazing. We just brought him on, I think in the last year, as the CEO, and he's done a phenomenal job creating awareness. I mean, think about, I don't know if anybody went to Texas Roadhouse or saw any posts about Texas Roadhouse this week. I've been doing that for 4 years. We went 4 years ago. It was just me and my family. No one else, like nobody even in the restaurant had a clue. We went this year, the whole place was decked out. There were signs everywhere. People knew.
For those who don't know, what are you talking about?
Okay, sorry. So the CEO of the restaurant, Texas Roadhouse, or Bubba's 33, his name was Kent Taylor. He tragically took his life during COVID. He had tinnitus. And I will tell you, if you are feeling that way, please don't ever feel alone. How wonderful that something like Treble Health exists. You can reach out and call somebody. You are not alone. They have such reach with people all over the globe. So I really encourage you, if you're suffering, reach out to somebody. You can reach out to the ATA, you can call us as well. But Ken took his life, and once a year during Tinnitus Awareness Week, they donate 100% of their proceeds to the American Tinnitus Association. And then the rest of this week, so this week still 10% of the proceeds go towards tinnitus research. It's earmarked, I believe, for tinnitus research. So the awareness of this event just has exploded this last year. Last year, it was a pretty good event, but this year was incredible, at least in our local area in Georgia. And the same, I went to Dublin, Ireland 2 years ago to the International Tinnitus Research Initiative. I try and go often. I hadn't been probably since it was in Spain. I was the only audiologist from like the entire US there. I went in Vancouver last year. There were so many audiologists. There were so many more people, and it was buzzing with people who are excited about something new. The last couple of times previously I went, the International Tinnitus Research Initiative is a meeting once a year for patients with tinnitus, providers who treat tinnitus, and research scientists in the field of tinnitus to get together and learn and present and collaborate. And it's been buzzing, and it was never like that before. I'm kind of, someone who's just going to go, if there's something out there that's going to be better for our community here, I'm going to go learn, bring it back to my community here in Atlanta. The last couple of years, it was great to go. I love to travel. It's fun to see a new country. There's nothing new. This year, buzzing with all kinds of things. And I think this next year is going to be in South Korea. I'm just so optimistic about what the future is going to bring. I think that Lanier is on the forefront and has been such a gift to me as an audiologist to get to have. And I'm just excited about the future and the relief and the help that we can bring people.
Guys, let's give a virtual round of applause and show our thanks to Dr. Melissa Wikoff of Peachtree Hearing in Atlanta, Georgia. You can find her website, peachtreehearing.com, or check the live chat on Zoom. All right. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much for having me.
You're welcome. Bye-bye. All right, guys, that was wonderful. But we're not going to stop there. We're moving straight to our next guest speaker, Dr. Suzanne May, to discuss the ear-brain connection, how your brain holds the key to tinnitus recovery. So, Dr. Suzanne, let's get things started. How are you doing today?
I'm good. How are you guys? Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can, loud and clear. Before
Awesome.
we start, if you could do me a favor and record this, saving it to your computer, recording it to your computer on your side, that would be excellent. And I'll start with an introduction.
All right.
All right, guys. So Dr. Suzanne May, she's been an audiologist for 18 years, helping patients with tinnitus and hearing loss. She is a graduate of University of Florida and currently lives in California. And she trained at the California Ear Institute at Stanford. For the majority of her career, she's worked at a major hospital in Sacramento, California. She joined our team at Treble Health in 2022 and is now the head of clinical audiology on our team. So she's board certified and has also obtained a certificate in progressive tinnitus management from the Department of Veterans Affairs. Most notably to many of you who will want to know this, she had gone through a period of significant tinnitus herself and went through a treatment that took time, effort, and she's now in a much better place, which she'll discuss during her presentation. So she not only specializes in the condition by working full-time with patients who have tinnitus, but she's also gone through a treatment herself. You can find her and work with her at treblehealth.com or reaching out to our team. And today she'll present on the ear-brain connection, how your brain holds the key to tinnitus recovery. Dr. Suzanne, welcome.
Hello. How's everyone doing today? Good?
We're doing excellent. Would you mind first starting with a little bit about your story of actually going through tinnitus yourself as a patient, we could say, in addition to your work as a provider?
Yes. So my tinnitus actually started in my 20s, and that tinnitus was because I was a drummer in a Scottish bagpipe band. So you can imagine how loud of a noise exposure that I was exposed to. But that tinnitus never bothered me. Like it was there, it was in the background. I learned about what it was when I was in graduate school and never really had any concerns about it. And, fast forward, years later, about 5.5 years ago now, I had, I'm just going to leave it, I had a significant head injury where my nose was broken, my jaw was dislocated, I had a concussion. And after that event, I had very loud tinnitus. Initially afterwards, it was very like loud to the point where I couldn't hear people talking to me. They were asking me if I needed help, if I was okay. I couldn't understand them. And I don't remember too much after that. I remember waking up in the ICU and I remember the nurse asking me how I was doing and saying, why is there a generator and a tea kettle in the room? And she said, there's not. And I said, the first thing we need to do is get sound in here then. Because I knew that I had tinnitus and I knew that I needed sound therapy right away. I'm always very open and honest that I have been through therapy for this. I have been on medication for this. I have done sound therapy for this. I've done cognitive behavioral therapy, massage therapy, craniosacral therapy, acupuncture, chiropractor, massage, you name it. I have done it. And I do find that the things that are the most helpful are the cognitive behavioral therapy and the sound therapy were the most helpful things for me. And now, today my tinnitus is a little bit catching my attention just because I'm nervous for being here. But other than that, it's not really bothering me that much. So that's a little
And
bit about me.
excellent. Thank you. And yeah, for those who are curious, because I know you've shared this before, where
Mhm.
you said it at the beginning, it was like a 10 out of 10, just very, very severe. How long did that period of, 8 out of 10, 9 out of 10, how long did that last? And then where would you rate it today?
So it lasted eight, oh gosh, I mean, 8, 9 out of 10 for probably the good first like 4 to 6 weeks after being injured. And most of that was because I was healing. And then it slowly started coming down to about a 7. And then overall, about 18 months it took to feel like it was more just something that was in the background. Today, I would say it's about a 2 or a 3. It's there, I can hear it, but emotionally, I'm not bothered by it. I call him Gus. I've named it. And he's just kind of visiting today, and I'm just kind of ignoring it. So
Well, thank you so much for sharing that. And if you'd like to get the slides set up, then also you should see an option to record it. And if you
yes,
could
I thought I
record,
did that.
okay. Are you recording to the cloud or your computer?
My computer.
Okay, very good. Perfect. Then we're all set and you can open up the slides. So guys, like you just heard, Dr. Suzanne clearly knows what she's talking about from her experience, and she works full-time seeing tinnitus patients here on our team at Treble Health. If anyone would be interested in scheduling a consultation with a member of our team, I'm including the link in the chat right now. You can click that link and you can speak with a team member at Treble Health, and then we can get you started. All good with the slides?
I'm good. I'm ready to go.
Okay, you can press start. I don't see it on my side yet.
Share screen is what I'm
Yep.
going to do.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, there we go.
All right, take it away.
All right. So if you guys were here earlier in the day and you saw Dr. Golenhoffen, he was talking about the 3 subtypes of tinnitus. So the one that I'm going to focus on today is the cochlear subtype and how your ear and your hearing mechanism are part of the issue when it comes to tinnitus. The other part of the issue with tinnitus is obviously our brain and the connection between the two. So one of the first things I like to start off with is the anatomy of the ear, kind of an overview, if you will. So up here on the screen, we have the anatomy of the ear. This is the outside of our ear called the pinna. That's the flappy part that holds up our glasses. And then as we come inside, we have our ear canal. And at the end of our ear canal, we have our tympanic membrane. Our tympanic membrane is the barrier between the outside world and the inside world. And it is a membrane, so it's something that can break, it's something that can heal, it is something that vibrates, and it is a mechanism for bringing sound into our brain. Behind the eardrum, you have the 3 smallest bones in your body, which are the malleus, the incus, and the stapes. the stapes being the smallest bone in your body. And you have two muscles. You have your stapedial muscle and your tensor tympani muscle. Those muscles are hanging on to the bones, but they are also in charge of making sure that the bones don't vibrate too much when there's a loud sound. They kind of reflex to loud sounds. You also have something called eustachian tube. This is a straw-like tube that runs from behind your eardrum down to your throat. And it is connected to your sinuses as well. And this helps equalize the pressure behind the eardrum. So if you're changing altitude, like in an airplane or going up into the mountains, you might feel your ears pop. That's from the eustachian tube. Beyond that, we have your cochlea, which is the second smallest organ in your body behind the pineal gland. The cochlea is your organ of hearing and balance. So the hearing portion, I say, looks like the cinnabon, and the balance is the loopy-loops here, the semicircular canals that tell us if we're up, down, right, left, or back or forth. And then you have nerves up to your brain. Now, when it comes to function, what happens to sound? So sound comes in your brain as acoustic energy, and it's going to hit your eardrum, and it's going to start the eardrum to vibrate. The eardrum converts the energy into a mechanical energy, and the mechanical energy gives the bones behind the eardrum a little shimmy shake. They do a little vibration. The last bone, being the stapes, will actually physically push on something called the oval window of the cochlea. This is just another membrane that's kind of connected between the bone and the cochlea. Now, inside the cochlea, there is fluid. This fluid is supposed to be there. And so when this bone hits the oval window, we now convert the energy for a third time into fluid energy. And the fluid actually acts like a wave traveling through the entire cochlea. Now, inside this lovely cochlea are a couple of different membranes, your tectorial membrane, your vestibular membrane, your basilar membrane. And sitting on top of the basilar membrane are thousands of what are called hair cells. Now, sitting on top of the hair cells is the tectorial membrane. And so as this fluid moves in, the tectorial membrane is going to kind of wash kind of over the tops of the hair cells. And when that happens, they create a chemical energy that occurs and makes a reaction inside the hair cell. And then the hair cell is going to convert that chemical energy into electrical energy and send it up to your brain. And the reason why I like to kind of point this out is because hearing is very complicated. Your energy is changing 5 times by the time it even gets to your brain. We haven't even gotten there yet, and it's already changed this many times, and it's super fast. So it's just pretty marvelous. Now, your cochlea is kind of like it's at that cinnabon kind of snail-shaped design. And it has 2 3/4 turns. And at the base of the cochlea is all your high frequency sounds. And as it curls towards the top, it gets lower and lower. So we call this tonotopically arranged. It's arranged like a piano. And so each one of these hair cells is kind of, directly related to a certain sound. So higher pitches are at the base, lower pitches are at the top. There are also 2 types of hair cells in your cochlea. There are outer hair cells and inner hair cells. Outer hair cells are kind of like your volume control knobs, if you will, and your inner hair cells are really in charge of converting the energy. So this is all kind of part of the system and just getting the sound to get to your brain. Now we're going to go into a microscopic view here. Again, we're seeing the 1 row of inner hair cells, 3 rows of outer hair cells. This is a very normal cochlea, again, very microscopic. And you have about 16,000 hair cells in your cochlea. So again, there's lots of redundancies in the system. There's lots of different sounds that can be made from these little hair cells. As I kind of move forward here, we're now going to kind of compare normal, which is going to be seen here on the left side of your screen, and then not normal, which is on the right-hand side of your screen. These are pretty easy to see that it's not normal. There's a lot of hair cells missing. There's a lot of damage here. This is very severe damage from hearing loss. I believe this one was caused from noise exposure. But another picture that I'm going to show you is a little bit more slight. So this is an outer hair cell bundle, nice and normal on the left side of your graph, or the left side of page here. And then on the right-hand side, you can see that it's just a little bit bent. But if you can remember from just a few sentences ago, I mentioned if the hair cell bends, there's a chemical reaction that occurs and an electrical energy that's going up to the brain. So one of the theories that happened was that if your hair cell is bent or broken, then it can be kind of misfiring a signal up to your brain kind of all the time. So there's a theory that this is part of the problem if you have hearing loss. Now, fast forward and you go get a hearing test and to see, if I have tinnitus, we know that there's a lot of things that can cause tinnitus. And I have normal hearing. Why has that happened, Dr. Suzanne? I get that asked a question a lot. And that's because you can actually have 30% damage on your cochlea and still test with a normal hearing. And that's because when we test your hearing, we're only testing a portion of it. Normal hearing can occur from 20 hertz to 20,000 hertz. And when we test you, we're only testing you for English speech sounds, which are 250 to 8,000 hertz, because that's what is the most important for us, right? So we can actually be missing things on a hearing test, but there also can be damage that just is not getting picked up. There is a test that can be done. Now, if you have normal hearing, you may want to go get this test done. It's called otoacoustic emissions. This test can actually check to see if the outer hair cells are damaged. And it's pretty easy. They put a probe in your ear, they play some sounds, they get a readout, and they can tell you if there's any damage. Now, most people who have hearing loss, their hearing looks something like this. Where on the graph, on the left-hand side of the graph is nice and normal, it's a straight line kind of across, but the higher frequency sounds are here on the right, and we'll notice that the line kind of starts to go down like the stock market. And this is meaning there's a high frequency hearing loss, and that's because those types of hair cells are going to get damaged first, especially for noise exposure or aging. You'll see this type of hearing loss. So that's just one example. All right, so we talked about the ear and the nerve and the parts and pieces, and now we want to talk about what happens when the sound leaves your cochlea and starts going up to your brain. So at the bottom of the screen here, you're going to see you have a right and a left cochlea. So we have two ears. And then as the sound goes up, there are what I like to call processing centers. So the first processing center where any part of the auditory nerve innervates from or connects to is called the dorsal cochlear nucleus. The dorsal cochlear nucleus, his job is really just to take all that energy coming from the auditory nerve and simply to pass it along to the next processing center. It's going to do that for its own side, and then it's also going to make a copy and send it over to the other side. So that means that the right ear gets the right side and the left side, and vice versa. But then when it gets to the superior olivary complex, that guy's job is to say, okay, where is the sound coming from? Is it my right ear, my left ear, or is it both? And sometimes it doesn't always make the right choice. You have lots of reflections that happen and there's echoes and things like that. So it doesn't always make the right choice, but it's what happens. As we come up the stream here, you get to the inferior colliculus. And the inferior colliculus, that guy's job is to say, okay, what different tones or frequencies were on this particular sound file that came to me? And was there any non-auditory cues I could add in? For example, I could see her mouth moving as I heard her talk. I could feel the keys on my keyboard as I heard them click. I could smell the bacon as I heard it sizzle, right? And so on and so forth. So it's adding that information in and adding it onto the signal. Then it gets it to the medial geniculate body, and the medial geniculate body is deciding what to do with it before giving it to the brain. And this is where they think another part of the breakdown happens, is in this thing called a relay cell. So inside this medial geniculate body are a bunch of these relay cells, and the relay cell is trying to determine the importance of the signal. So is the signal not important? I hear it, I don't care about it. That's my laptop fan, that's my heater going, my AC vent, my refrigerator. It doesn't matter to me. Is it something important? I want to pay attention to it. I want to be actively listening to it. Somebody's talking and giving me driving directions, and I need to know where to go. That's the important signal. Then you have your alert signals and your danger signals. These are the ones that put you into gear, as I'm going to say. These are the ones where you hear a siren and you know you need to pull over. This is the baby crying and you need to go pick it up. That's these kinds of sounds. So one of the theories is that when the tinnitus signal gets here, because there is nothing you're seeing from it, nothing you're smelling from it, tasting from it, nothing you're touching, there's a little bit of confusion, and the relay cell is going to mark it as a danger signal. Then it's going to give it to your brain. Now, in the temporal lobe, you have a couple different lobes of your brain here. Frontal lobe, parietal lobe, occipital lobe, your cerebellum, your temporal lobe. So your temporal lobe is in charge of your hearing, your speech, auditory memory, and your emotion. So the temporal lobe goes, okay, I heard the sound, marked as danger. I have no information about this sound, where it's coming from. Let me check. And it literally will send a signal back down the system. I go back down here, back down to this lovely cochlea and say, hey, what did you send me? And the cochlea goes, oh, you want a sound? Let me send it back up. Up we go, back to the brain. And now, once it gets into the brain, we have the amygdala. Now, your amygdala is in charge of your fight or flight response. And your amygdala is your safety mechanism. Hearing usually is our first sense fully formed and functional, even from before you're outside of the world. Like you're still a baby and you can hear inside mom and you start making these connections. So this is your job to keep you safe. So we have a danger signal. We don't know where it's coming from. Uh-oh, we have a problem. And now the amygdala is going to literally flood your brain with stress cortisols. And it's going to flood your brain with adrenaline. And it's going to put your limbic system into gear and say, we got to do something about this. Now, further studies of the brain did show that, in this auditory center, we're really kind of focusing on the ear and how we hear, but were there other parts of the brain that were kind of part of our tinnitus? And they did some specialized MRIs, and they found that, yes, there are other parts of your brain that are kind of contributing to tinnitus. They realized that, besides the amygdala, which is putting you into fight or flight, your limbic system, which is causing your emotions to ramp up, there is a stress response that's involved. Your prefrontal cortex, which is in kind of the frontal lobe of your brain, that's involved in your attention and your ability to concentrate. That gets affected. All of your concentration and attention goes to your tinnitus. Your hippocampus, which is in charge of memory, your brain makes a memory that the sound is dangerous because it's trying to keep you safe. And so they realize that there's more parts of your brain that are kind of involved when it comes to tinnitus. And that's what this kind of picture is showing. And in addition, there was another study that was done that was trying to compare the brains of people with tinnitus versus without tinnitus. And they used structural imaging and specialized MRI called a diffusion tensor imaging that looked at small structures in the brain and how white matter was actually changing. And they were actually able to map what was happening with the tinnitus. So these green lines here are where the tinnitus was going in the brain. And you can see there's lots of structural changes happening to the brain when you have tinnitus. And so they realized that this is not just in our ear or, from our hearing, this is also in our brain. There's multiple things going on. And so one of the things that I wanted to kind of add on here was that they have done some, studies on something called neuroplasticity and our brain's ability to learn new things and actually change these pathways that are happening. And when you do sound therapy, when you do cognitive behavioral therapy, when you do these things, we can actually change how your brain is responding to the tinnitus emotionally. And we can change how your perception is. And so we can help your brain get into a better place. Now, having tinnitus myself, I can tell you this process does take some time and lots of effort, but it is possible over time. So um, I hope that helped. And I hope that you enjoyed my talk. I'm trying to figure out how to stop sharing. There we go.
Excellent. Let's give a virtual round of applause to Dr. Suzanne May. We do have some questions that came in. So,
Yeah.
there was a question from Dolores about just having tinnitus. So, yes, let's give you some time to take a few breaths, reset.
Okay.
Really, my impression of this is that when I studied with Dr. Jastreboff, for example, as one of my mentors, he taught me that one of the most important things for the tinnitus patient is education. And he was actually on the Tinnitus Summit 2 years ago, and he gave a presentation. And I asked him, "Hey, what's the one most important thing that patients can get benefit from?" And he responded by specifically understanding the connection between the ear and the brain and the nervous system. Essentially, why is the tinnitus there? And your presentation really highlights that connection, because when we start to categorize the tinnitus differently as less of a threat, a danger, an unknown, and more of something that we understand, something that's perhaps a bit neutral, something that we know so well that it's kind of boring now, that can help the habituation process. So I think you really highlighted that. And yeah, so the first question here, and you're getting a lot of great comments. Susan says that was fantastic. We have stars and wow. Sue says, what a phenomenal explanation. Thank you. Catherine says, thank you. So Dolores wants to know, though, what if you only have tinnitus in one ear? What's your advice to your patients who just have it in one ear?
So one of the things is that dorsal cochlear nucleus and can actually be labeling the sound as, because it's trying to figure out, is this my right ear or is my left ear? And so that can be tagged as your left ear all the time. And you actually might have a little bit in your right ear, but it's just not getting tagged as that in that part of the process up to your brain. So if you have tinnitus just perceived in one ear, I still recommend doing sound therapy in both your ears, because as your brain is relearning about the tinnitus and what it needs to do, it may shift down and change.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you. And then Douglas asks, so the brain sends a signal back to the ears. Is that right?
Yes. Yep.
Hmm.
Yeah, you have what's called an afferent and an efferent system when it comes to the brain and the body. You have nerves making connection up to the brain, giving the brain information, but then you have the brain checking back in with the entire body, including the ear. So there is this up and down looping that can happen between the ear and the brain and the brain and the ear when it comes to
Excellent.
tinnitus.
Excellent. And then Joe asks, who can perform the otoacoustic emission test?
That would be an audiologist. So you can make sure if when you call up the audiology office to make an appointment, you ask them if they have that OAE as an option to test, because it is a special machine that they need to have.
Very good. Yep. So an in-person test is how to get the otoacoustic emission test.
Yes.
And then we have some comments here. We have Jolene, who says, "I'm so glad after hearing this that Dr. Suzanne is the audiologist I'm working with at Treble Health." And,
Yay!
and we also have another one of your future patients. Cheryl says, "Thank you, Dr. May. I'm looking forward to meeting you tomorrow."
Awesome. Love it.
So yeah, Suzanne, I'll
Thanks for
I'll pass
having
it
me.
to you and I'll put a link. So if anyone wants to reach out to our team and get in touch and then request to work with Dr. Suzanne, I'll include a link for you to do that, to schedule a free consultation with our team. I just put it in the chat. I'll also put it in the YouTube live chat.
Mhm.
You work with many patients with tinnitus.
Mhm.
What is your message of hope, optimism? What do you really want people to get after seeing your presentation and generally being here at the summit?
Yeah, I mean, the best thing that I can tell people is that there is hope. I mean, unfortunately, I know a lot of doctors say the dreaded sentences like that there's nothing that can be done. I think that's just a lack of education that I know that we're working here, Dr. Ben and myself are working on spreading the word that there is something that can be done when it comes to tinnitus. And from working here for 3 years at Treble Health plus doing tinnitus at the VA prior to this, I know that I've seen it over and over and over and over again where patients do improve and they do get better. There is a lot of work that is involved, and the progress can be slow and it can be frustrating. So I always encourage people, hang in there. There is hope. Keep at it because you can get better.
Excellent. Guys, let's give a virtual round of applause to Dr. Suzanne May, audiologist at Treble Health and very excellent tinnitus specialist. Thanks, Suzanne. And if you want to hang out in the comments, please do.
I can't. I actually have to go see another patient.
All right.
So, but I
We'll
hope
talk to you
everyone
soon.
has fun. So,
Thank you so
thank
much.
you.
Thanks, Suzanne.
Bye.
And then next up, we have an excellent presentation by Dr. Peter Vernezze. It's a sleep protocol for tinnitus patients. Guys, this is not just for tinnitus patients. This is for every human. Peter, I just promoted you to a panelist. If you can please accept that, then you'll be able to share your screen. Excellent. Peter, turn on the camera and microphone, and then we'll be good to go from our side here. So welcome to the Tinnitus Summit. So glad to have you.
Hey, thank you. Glad to be here, Ben.
Yes. For those who don't know Peter, I'd like to introduce him. And Peter, you're welcome to start sharing your screen and getting that prepared.
Did you want me to record this?
Yep. If you can record it to your computer, that would be excellent. Perfect.
Yeah, great. Okay.
Okay, very good. So we're talking today about sleep. In my experience, I've found that sleep is the #1 issue with tinnitus. So for people who reach out to us and I ask them, hey, why is this a problem? How is it affecting your life? The first thing many people say is sleep. I'm having a hard time falling asleep, or I wake up in the middle of the night and I'm having a hard time going back to sleep. So Dr. Peter Vernezze here is a behavioral health specialist with a focus on cognitive behavioral therapy and its application to patients with tinnitus. He's known as the therapist with tinnitus because he himself has had bothersome tinnitus and used a lot of these same methods to manage it. He holds a PhD and has extensive experience in developing these CBT protocols to improve sleep quality among individuals with tinnitus. He has a private practice. He meets with patients remotely, and his work aims to alleviate the distress associated with tinnitus, promoting overall well-being and addressing sleep head on. He also provides cognitive behavioral therapy and mindfulness to patients. So the psychological approach is so important for tinnitus. We're really happy to feature him here at the summit. You can find his work at therapistwithtinnitus.com. He does one-on-one as well as some group sessions. So today he'll present on a sleep protocol for tinnitus patients, CBT, insomnia, techniques that work. Dr. Vernezze, welcome to the summit.
All right, thanks, Ben. So happy to be here. Thank you for inviting me, and glad to hang out with you all for a little bit and talk to you about, as Ben said, which is the #1 thing I hear about as well, and that is sleep.
Excellent. Let's get started. And for those who have questions, please type your questions in the chat, and there'll be a period at the end where we can answer them. Peter,
Okay.
The floor is yours.
Great, thanks. So even before I get into this protocol, I'd like to give one general sleep piece of advice, because this protocol is for when things are really quite difficult, but there's a general advice I give to everyone I work with, and it really comes out of this wonderful book by Chris Winter, Sleep Doctor. As he says here, most people's goal is to get some sleep, feel good the next day. Want to make sure that the goal is something you can control. You can't control if you fall asleep. You can control resting. There's wonderful research that says resting, not sleep. Resting does 80 to 100% of what sleep does, depending on the parameter. It's not wasted time. So the one sleep hygiene piece that I have really fault with is the idea that if you get in bed, you don't fall asleep in 15 to 20 minutes, you need to get out of bed and do something. You can do that if you want, but you can just stay in bed and relax. So to me, get in bed, close your eyes, and just meditate. If you meditate, you're going to feel amazing the next day. So what I'm going to talk about goes a little beyond that, and it's when things are really off the rails, and this is when we get insomnia. Now, insomnia is a very specific definition. It's not just having difficulty falling asleep. It's these other parameters I talk about here as well that are on the screen. In addition, there's an actual assessment you can do, the Insomnia Severity Index. You can kind of look at it right here. You can rate yourself. There's 7 questions. So if you want to, rate your difficulty falling asleep, staying asleep, waking up too early on that scale, 4 more questions if you wanted to rate yourself, and how dissatisfied are you with sleep? 0, very satisfied, 4, very dissatisfied. How noticeable to others you think your sleep problem is? How worried are you about sleep? To what extent does your sleep problem interfere with your daily functioning? And you would take this exam and you would get a score that would put you somewhere on this threshold of insomnia. And it's really when we're talking about the moderate to severe insomnia, where this specific protocol kicks in called cognitive behavior therapy for insomnia, although parts of it can be used independently, but the whole protocol is something that sticks together and has been, well documented, well tested. So I'm going to present the CBTI protocol, which you can, actually work out for yourself, as I'll talk about at the end, or you can see a therapist to talk about. So the primary focus of this protocol is to address what's called the perpetuating factors that contribute to the development of chronic insomnia. And as Ben said, this isn't just about tinnitus. Insomnia is a problem for a lot of the population, including the tinnitus population. So we'll go over what that protocol is and the factors. Not really going to go into this except to say, we're dealing with the perpetuating factors that keep this insomnia going. Although tinnitus can be both a precipitating factor, something that causes insomnia, and perpetuating, it keeps the insomnia going. So the 5 components of cognitive behavior therapy for insomnia, as you can see, cognitive therapy classic is really only one of the components. And I'll go over each of these components. Sleep restriction, which is more often referred to as sleep consolidation, stimulus control, sleep hygiene, cognitive restructuring, and relaxation techniques. So let's get into each of these. And certainly sleep restriction is the most, I'd say, significant, the most telling in the thing that individualizes CBTI as a treatment. And the problem is people tend to stay in bed too long when they're not sleeping. And as a result, what's called sleep extension is this mismatch between your ability to sleep and the time you're giving yourself to sleep. So sleep CBTI begins by addressing this mismatch between how long you're staying in bed, which is often a lot longer than you're actually sleeping. So it's going to begin to narrow your time in bed to the time you're actually sleeping. So how do we figure out how much am I actually sleeping? Well, you're going to keep a sleep diary for usually 1 week. And then you're going to get a particular time that you have to be in bed and there's the length of time you have to be, how many hours you get to be in bed with a specific time to get up. Those are the 2 non-movables. So how many hours you get to stay in bed, what time you get up. And then we're going to obviously figure out what time you go to bed based on those 2 components. So let's kind of abstract. We'll talk about that in a second. How you determine this is by doing this sleep log, and you're going to keep this log for a week. And again, we'll talk about how you can do this by yourself. There's apps that allow you to, walk yourself through this process. Going to ask yourself, what time did you go to bed? When did you start trying to get to sleep? How long did it take you to sleep? How many times did you get up? How much time did you spend awake? What time did you wake up? What time did you actually get out of bed? And then how much sleep did you actually get? And then rating the quality of it and whether you napped or not. So you're going to track all this information for a week. And let's say you did, this is just a sample of, say you did this, and obviously you'd have different times every day, but for the sake of just making an example, suppose you went to bed at 10:30 and you read for a while, so you started falling, you tried to go to bed at 11, but it took you about a half hour. You woke up a couple times and it was difficult to go back to bed, and it took about an hour. And you got up at 5:30 again. Not too early. I'm going to lay there for a while. You laid there for an hour. Right. So, it might look like you got 8 hours of sleep. Well, I went to bed at 10:30. I got up at 6:30. How much time did you actually get? You actually got 5 hours of sleep out of all that. So that's going to be your, and you usually get up at 6 o'clock, let's say. So your starting time is actually going to be 1 o'clock. If you're 1 in the morning, if you're going to start this protocol, if you figured out you got over the course of a week, average 5 hours sleep, and that seems, a bit extreme. And actually, 5 is about the limit you'll go to. If it's less than 5, you'll probably start out at 5. But mostly we're going to start out with a very different sleep schedule than we have. So we're trying to train the body to only sleep when it's in bed. And then for the duration of the therapy, which runs between 6 to 8 weeks, you're going to kind of follow a formula that if you manage to sleep 85% of the time that you're in bed, your sleep is going to be time is going to be increased 15 minutes. If you do it less, you're going to be decreased in 15 minutes. And if it's the same, you're going to keep it the same. But mostly you're going to be either 85 or above or below. And you're going to check that at the end of each week, either increase or decrease it based upon how whether you're sleeping for that time that you're in bed. And there are some parameters, and that is you keep the same wake up time every day, no matter how you're feeling. Hopefully you're getting up at a time when there's sunlight, because you want to expose the body to 15 to 30 minutes of sunlight upon awakening, or as soon after as you're able to. No naps are allowed during this protocol. Usually you're not supposed to be on sleep meds. If you are on, we usually wean you off of them. The odd part is you don't look at a watch while you're sleeping, or a clock. You have to estimate the time just on how much it feels. Right? You don't want to get caught up in hanging out with the clock. That becomes a distraction. And this protocol we talked about at the beginning, getting if you're in bed for 15, 20 minutes, get out of bed. This is the one time I would recommend it, when you are doing the protocol. If you've gotten to the point where you want to try this CBTI, and no screen time before bed. Right. So that's sleep restriction, which is, as I said, the most well-known element of the protocol, and the hardest one to, I think, implement. Stimulus control. We all probably know of Pavlov's dog, that Pavlov fed a dog and then rang a bell. The dog would salivate, then he'd feed the dog. Ultimately, he'd ring the bell and the dog just started salivating with the bell. So we begin to respond to our environment depending upon the reward we get. And what we want to do with stimulus control is make it be the case that the bed is only used for sleeping and sex. Like nothing else goes on in there. You don't have a TV in there. Don't bring your phone in there. You don't read in there. You want to have the body associate the bedroom and the bed with being asleep for the most part. And that's training a response in the body, so that when it sees the bed, just like Pavlov's dog heard the bell, salivated, you see the bed and the body knows, oh, this is the sleeping place. Nothing else goes on here. So that's, again, pretty, I think, straightforward, that behavior, stimulus, and response pattern. Some basic sleep hygiene, and all of these you can do regardless of whether you're actually doing CBTI. This is just basic good strategies for sleep, and you can Google this and find a lot of different versions of this. These are just some of the ones that are on everybody's pattern. Have a routine, getting up at the same time every day, even on weekends. Of course, when you're doing the CBTI, that's kind of a set for you in advance. Keeping your bedroom dark and quiet, avoiding screens before bed, limiting caffeine and alcohol, exercising regularly, eating well, no large meals before bed, give yourself a winding down time. Of course, when you're doing the protocol, you don't do any napping. And as we said, making your bed a sleep only zone, nothing else in there except the bed, ideally. So the sleep hygiene component. And now, it's not until step 4 we get to the cognitive piece of, if you know cognitive behavior therapy, where we're working with our thoughts about anything, right? If we're working with CBT for tinnitus, we're talking about our tinnitus related thoughts, and noticing the impact our thoughts about tinnitus have upon how we respond to the tinnitus, have upon our emotional life with tinnitus. And it's the same basic idea with the cognitive restructuring component of a CBTI, is we want to look at the role that our thoughts are playing in our ideas about sleep and our response to sleep. And thoughts like, I can't eat, I can't get to sleep. If I don't sleep, I'm going to just fall apart. To switch that to more constructive and as we saw the quote from Dr. Chris Winter, more accurate thoughts about, even if I just can't sleep, but I can rest, I'm going to be able to get to sleep. So just to review the CBT model in general to see how it is in place here. The basic idea we know is the ABC model. We have an activating event. It brings about some thought that has then some emotional consequences, physiological sensations, and sometimes behavior. So someone cuts me off in traffic, the activating event. I get angry, jumping to the consequence. It's not the event that makes me angry. It's my belief about this guy's a jerk, right? He's not respecting me. He's being rude. And it's that thought, that belief that drives the emotion and not the actual event. And it's the same way with our thoughts about sleep. It's our thoughts about sleep that drives our some of the emotional responses that increases or drives the insomnia. So if you can't fall asleep and you're sitting there thinking, God, if I don't get to sleep, I'm not going to make it tomorrow, right? What's that going to make you feel, right? Anxiety, panic, the behavioral response is going to be insomnia, driven by this panic and anxiety caused not by the fact that you can't sleep, but by your belief about it. As you know, it's why I started with the research from Chris Winter, is we know that if you get rest and not sleep, it gives you most of the restoration that you need when it comes to sleep. And so if instead, when you can't sleep, you tell yourself, there are meditation techniques I can use, podcasts, things I can put on and listen to that are going to provide essential sleep-like restoration, that's going to allow you to relax and calm down. And not only will that be a more comforting than panicking, but once you calm down, you're more likely to get to sleep than if you're anxious. Right? So it has kind of a double benefit. Working with our thoughts about sleep. So that's another component of CBTI. But as you see, it's not the main component, certainly not the only component, and not the main component, but an important component because our thoughts about sleep drive a lot of what happens. And then finally, just relaxation, developing this capacity to bring down the nervous system, bring online the parasympathetic nervous system, bring offline, shut down the sympathetic nervous system through a variety of well-studied practices, meditation, breathing practices, visualizations, a form of meditation called yoga nidra, even moving meditations like yoga and qigong, not only before bed, but also before bed, but on a regular basis, involving the body in relaxation, so the body develops this capacity to relax on a regular basis, especially before sleep. So that's the protocol in a nutshell. And the evidence is really pretty overwhelming. Very few interventions have the strength of evidence that cognitive behavior therapy for insomnia has for insomnia in general. We'll talk about the tinnitus related evidence, which is really even more interesting, actually. But this is just one of the many meta studies about it. Overwhelming preponderance of evidence that in-person CBTI is as effective as sedative hypnotics during the acute treatment. That is, the 8 weeks that it's going on, you can do a control and give them the strongest Ambien, whatever you give them, and the CBTI is going to equal it, if not go beyond it. Plus, in the long run, as we know, sleep medication wears off, you need more. CBTI doesn't. It gets stronger with passage of time. The more we implement it, the better we sleep. And some really fascinating work developed using this just for CBTI, this program for tinnitus. A study that was done, not having folks do any tinnitus related cognitive work, but just engage in CBTI. And in this study, CBTI was associated with improvements not only in insomnia, but also in tinnitus distress. And you can look this study up online, cognitive behavior therapy for insomnia, evaluating a new approach. So not only did folks' sleep get better, but their tinnitus distress improved by clinical measures just by working with the sleep. So pretty impressive, and a reason to attempt the program, if nothing else. Now, it sounds all complicated. And it's really not when you start putting the pieces together. It's something you can do yourself. Certainly, finding a therapist can be useful. It can sometimes be hard. Um, we found some evidences that self-directed online CBTI programs are just as effective as face-to-face counseling, which is very encouraging. So this is something that you can pull off yourself. There's an article if you want to read a little more in a there's a lot of research stuff you can look up, but in a non-scientific mode, this article in the New York Times, relatively recent, Can Sleep Try This Proven Alternative to Medication? There's a nice book, Sleep Through Insomnia, and the Anxiety and Discover Sleep Relief by Brandon Peters. There's a lot of books out there which go through this protocol. I like that one, but you could find other ones. There's an app you could try to go along with it called CBTI Coach, free app. You can do the program and put all this. You don't have to figure out how many hours you sleep. You answer those questions and it spits it out for you. So wonderful, wonderful resource. And yeah, so I think that I'll just leave the rest of the time for questions.
Thank you, Dr. Vernezze. We do have some questions, and let's start with just a virtual round of applause. Well done. And I have some questions for you. First up, I have Tim. Tim says, I sleep with a CPAP machine. Have you seen any links between sleep apnea, tinnitus, and that?
Sleep apnea, tinnitus, and insomnia,
So
or
Tim says, I sleep with a CPAP machine.
right, yeah, for
Are there
the
any
sleep
links
apnea.
seen between CPAP, sleep apnea, and then sort of using CBT
Oh,
for
you could,
insomnia?
yeah, use the CBT for insomnia. I mean, I know it is used with CPAP, so I haven't seen the research. I know that's not a restriction on undergoing CBTI for insomnia. I'm
Excellent.
not aware what the research on that particular program. I want to talk to whoever's prescribing at that level just to kind of double check, because you are doing some sleep restriction. But again, I know it's done with that machine.
Excellent. Michelle says, I've been using this therapy approach at night. It does work. Um, Emily says, does reading a Kindle count as screen time?
Yes, it does. Yeah, so you know, yeah, so yeah, lay off of that. I mean, I know they have these kind of darkened Kindles and stuff, and I haven't looked at the research on that. My advice is, yeah, don't don't look at a Kindle. I would just try to do something calming and relaxing. Even reading can be too energizing if you're reading something that's going to get you hooked up and hype you up. So, the screen time before bed is, if I were working with someone, just saying, I would say, hold off on the Kindle, but you might get, if it has the right screen and has night protection and you got glasses on, they may kind of wiggle that into the formula. I would say don't use a Kindle myself. Different people might prescribe differently.
Thank you. And there's a question here from Sam. When I can't sleep and I get out of bed, what do I do then?
Well, okay, so yeah, good question. So when you're in the protocol, yeah, it has you do very low key activities, something that's not stimulating, maybe some reading, light reading, not with bright lights on. Again, I would have not people use a Kindle, putting together a puzzle, something that's going to engage you but not activate you. So something light, easy. Again, my recommendations are I read and kind of suggest that. Don't watch TV. Don't put on anything with a screen. Don't have bright lights. A puzzle, something like knitting or something that would just be repetitive. So nothing that's going to stress the brain, something that's going to be relaxing. And then you wait till you get tired before you go back to bed. And that's another important point. Do it in, you don't want to be in bed until you're tired on this protocol. So you want to really associate the bed with the place I go when I'm tired and not when I'm not tired.
Excellent. Thank you. And we have in the chat right now, you'll see a comment to view your work. You can view Dr. Peter Vernezze's work at therapistwithtinnitus.com. Peter, what kind of services do you offer? Is there still the group coaching? Do you have any online courses? And then do you offer any one-on-ones?
Yeah, all of the above. I actually will be starting in March an 8-week protocol using the mindfulness-based cognitive therapy, which has actually been the protocol that's been used for most of the major studies in the last years on mindfulness. It's an 8-week program designed growing off of mindfulness-based stress reduction. So I haven't done this protocol before, so I'm going to use it for the first time, starting in March. I do a free meditation session on Wednesday night. Anyone's welcome to show up. The link for that is on that webpage. I do the one-to-one coaching, as well as if you happen to be in Arizona, I can work as a therapist with you. So yeah, I think that covers it. Thanks for that opportunity.
Absolutely. Well, since we've got connected, I've been thoroughly impressed about the focus on sleep and then the focus on anxiety management and how much that separates patients who implement those tools for their success. It almost seems obvious. Well, of course, yeah, if they improve their sleep and they're less anxious, of course they're going to feel better or get better. Yet so many people here are looking for that solution. They're looking for what they can do. They might glance over, oh yeah, I haven't tried anything for sleep, or nah, I'm looking for a device. I haven't tried anything with anxiety or stress management. Do you want to comment on that, just to, wrap up with the importance of this kind of work for patients with tinnitus?
For anxiety in particular, or
for patients with tinnitus who are experiencing accompanying anxiety or insomnia, just how important it is to implement these kinds of tools?
Yeah, I mean, tinnitus. I think about, I didn't work with Malia Birch, worked with chronic pain and also with tinnitus, and it's all about the body. If you can bring the body down off of this activated state, you're going to respond in a much better way. You're going to experience it differently. So bringing the body down through these, working with the anxiety, lowering the sympathetic nervous system, bringing online the parasympathetic nervous system, getting the body to rest, right? All of that's just fundamental, right? Getting the body in the right position. It really is. I used to quote it's the economy stupid. When it comes to tinnitus, it's really the body stupid. If you can bring the body down, you're going to work much better with it. That's fundamental, I should say.
Excellent. Guys, let's give a virtual round of applause and show our gratitude to Dr. Peter Vernezze, who specializes in tinnitus, working on the tools of lowering anxiety, improving sleep. I really encourage you to check out his work and put some of this into practice. I like to say, Peter, you can learn and read and watch videos about getting fit, but unless you go to the gym and put the reps in,
there you go.
You're only going to get so far.
True that.
Thanks, Peter.
All right. Thanks, Ben. Great seeing you again. Take care, everyone. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, guys. So I'm happy to introduce our next guest speaker. This is Dr. Jason Leyendecker. And Dr. Leyendecker is here to present on tinnitus retraining therapy, 25 years of insights for tinnitus relief. I'd like to know here in the chat, has anyone heard of TRT, tinnitus retraining therapy? Has anyone heard of Dr. Jastroff's work? I reached out to Dr. Jastroff himself, who's probably the most prominent tinnitus researcher of all time, in my opinion. And he said, hey, I'm not available, but you should talk to Jason. So here I am, and we have Jason, who is here amidst traveling outside of his home of Minnesota. So Jason, so glad to have you here. How are you doing?
It's a pleasure to be here. Yes, I was. Dr. Jastreboff, I think, is actually giving a TRT course in Australia right now. So that's why he couldn't make it and asked me to help out. I've been co-teaching the last couple of courses that he's done more recently. So hopefully I can, do him some justice. I know that he has got an extensive amount of research and studies and just experience working with patients. And so hopefully I do him some justice. I will share
Absolutely. Yeah. You can get the share up and I'll start the introduction. So, guys, welcome. This is the Tinnitus Relief Summit. If you've been following all day or if this is your first session, what this event is designed to do is educate you on the various tools and techniques that do help patients. Everyone who I've personally invited here is so active in this field. They're actually seeing patients, they're talking to people. They're not just sitting in some lab or some college institution thinking about this. They're actually working with patients to help them get better every day. Dr. Leyendecker is absolutely a part of that. He's a board certified audiologist and has over a decade of experience specializing in tinnitus treatment. He earned his Doctor of Audiology degree from Northwestern University and specializes in tinnitus. He has training in TRT with Dr. Jastreboff, and he's one of Dr. Jastreboff's top mentors. He lives in Minnesota and owns a private practice focused on tinnitus care. From my experience with Jason, he's dedicated to really helping patients with a personalized treatment plan, bringing in the latest research and whatever technique's going to help the patient, he'll explain to them. That may include bimodal stimulation, counseling, hearing aids, tinnitus retraining therapy, and others. You can find his website of his practice at audiologyconcepts.com. If you're in the Minnesota area, definitely reach out or travel to see him. And today he'll present on tinnitus retraining therapy, 25 years of insights for tinnitus relief. Jason, the floor is yours, and thanks so much for being here.
All right. Thank you very much. Hopefully I'm doing this right here.
You are, yes, we can see it. Yep, and hear you just fine.
Great. So my goal here today is to just give you a very general background of what TRT is, where it came from. We're going to talk about the history of it, where it started, what are some of the basics of what it is, what the neurophysiologic model of tinnitus is, and then some of the hopes and what the plan of the future with TRT is looking to be like. My background, as he said, I'm actually my 15th year this year, and I've seen tinnitus patients all 15 years. Audiology Concepts is a clinic that I run, but we also have a separate tinnitus clinic called the Tinnitus and Hyperacusis Clinic of Minnesota. And we do follow best practices. We try to follow all the latest research and use that to our advantage and help patients as best as we can. So I'm sure this has already been talked about, but I want to just hit on the very basics. Tinnitus is a big problem, right? So, the latest research, 25 million million Americans have bothersome tinnitus. 40% will say small problem, 7% big to very big problem. We're talking 5 million people that need help, 2 million that are at a point where it's considered debilitating. So what is tinnitus retraining therapy? It is essentially an education process with sound therapy. And then on top of that, we're going to re-educate because if you've been to any appointment, statistically, we expect that you're going to hear, if you have normal hearing, you're going to hear 80% of what I say. And of that 80%, you're going to remember 50%, half of what you hear. And of that 50% that you remember, about half of it you're going to forget or remember it wrong. So we have to re-educate and continue to look at all the concepts of how our brain works. So, something that we go to school for 8 years for, and then still have to take special classes afterwards to really fully understand this concept ourselves. So then we start coaching the process of how we can individualize it for you and make it more customized to you, because If you've seen one tinnitus patient, you've seen one. Everybody has a unique situation, a unique sound, and how that sound makes them feel is very unique to them. So we're going to identify and customize a program specifically for that patient. And then we follow up. This is not something that's a one and done scenario. It's a marathon, not a sprint. So we want to make sure that when we're addressing this, that we're taking this one step at a time and following through and coaching you through that process. It's my way of setting up an appointment with a patient is understanding and empowering them to make decisions. Every story that you ever watch or read about has certain characters in it, a villain, a victim, a hero, and a guide. Well, in their story, they're the hero. They're doing the hard things to get better. I'm the guide to help them through that. So I'm coaching them through that process. The history of TRT, where it started, early on, back in the 80s, Jack Vernon was probably the pioneer of the world of tinnitus, and he was doing some early on research and helping get the American Tinnitus Association going, but the focus was fairly limited at that point. There wasn't a ton of research out there. Dr. Jastreboff came around in 1983, the year I was born, and started looking at this area of well, how can your brain get used to something if it doesn't hear it? So the masking tools that were used prior were using the idea of what we call as residual inhibition. If you cover something up for a certain period of time, you'll get a certain period of relief afterwards. Well, not everybody experiences residual inhibition, and it's short-lived for those who do, so it wasn't necessarily the most effective approach. So he started looking at different animal models of how tinnitus in silence is, or how sounds are affecting these animals, and also looking at the parts of the brain that could be affected from tinnitus sound. So he recognized that there is a bursting or epileptic-like activity in the external and dorsocochlear nucleus and of the inferior colliculus of rats. So that was with and without hearing loss. So you can actually have normal hearing and have hearing damage, and your brain can be looking for information from the ear and not get it. So that's what he recognized in this scenario. So in 1988, he came out with his first publication on TRT, where he postulated that fully covering the tinnitus sound or masking it should be counterproductive because you can't retrain the brain when the signal is not detected. All right. If you cover up the reflex that is happening, it's just making it so it doesn't happen. It's not fixing or training or changing that reflex. It's just making it not happen. So he also said that it could be possible to achieve relief from tinnitus without it being there or without eliminating what it sounds like. So we hear so many sounds every day that we don't think about. They're loud, much more loud than your tinnitus most of the time, but your brain naturally says they're non-threatening, so I'm not going to pay attention to it. So he recognized that there are ways that people can get used to sounds without needing to eliminate it. So let's start back a little bit now and recognize what is the neurophysiologic model of tinnitus. What is happening? Our inner ear, the cochlea, is filled with tiny little hairs. So we have 3 nice rows of outer hair cells that pick up your conversation level volume sounds and softer, and then 1 row of inner hair cells that are going to pick up your louder sounds. And in most ears, they're not perfect. And your brain is looking for signal from every single one of them. So they might look more like this. We can actually have up to about 1/3 of your hair cells damaged and still hear normal on a hearing test. So it's really important to understand that you can have damage and still have normal hearing and have tinnitus that could be caused from damage in the inner ear. So what does that damage come from? Just about everything you can think of: genetics, age, ototoxicity, which would be your medications typically. Mostly in that scenario, you're looking at high-dose antibiotics and cancer chemo medications that can be most devastating to the inner ear. But usually it's a combination of many of those things. So you have to live life, and things are going to happen to these hair cells that can be caused sometimes on purpose. If you're causing noise exposure or in noise exposure situations, you can do this on purpose, but not always. So that's likely where damage occurs, but the system or you're not hearing sound in your ear. That's just the transducer. That's what's getting it to the brain. The brain is where we start to process the information, and where our nerve comes into the brain is a very, very basic part, the primitive part of our brain, the brainstem. So particularly where we have noticed where tinnitus is coming from is likely the dorsocochlear nucleus. So this is where we start to localize sound. This is also where your heartbeat comes from. All the involuntary parts of your body are regulated in your brainstem. You can't think about them and make them change. So the likelihood why we can't cure tinnitus today is that if the tinnitus is generated in the dorsocochlear nucleus, and that's the area your heartbeat comes from, we can't live without it, we can't cut it out, and we can't change it. So that's unfortunately why it's there. But some of the statistics out there I've seen are 50 million people really have tinnitus. Maybe upwards of 70 million people I've heard at one point could have tinnitus, but only 3 to 5 million are actually seeking help for it. So if those people have it and don't care, is their tinnitus generated in the same spot? Likely yes. So it's not that it's generated there that makes it bad. What really makes it bad is the pathway through your brainstem where all sounds have to travel that cause this to happen. And there are primary spots that are really important when it comes to your tinnitus. Your limbic system. So this is still subconscious. You can't think about it and change, but your limbic system is your emotional center. Your brain is coding every single sound you hear is either positive, negative, or neutral before you know what it is. That's why some people like country music and some people like rock music. Now, if you have a genre of music that you just really hate, it's the worst. Rap music is bad, but then you have a child, and that child wants to be a rapper. I'd be willing to bet you're going to support them and actually appreciate the music because there are motivational factors that change that. So it's a reflex that happens that causes your brain to say that the limbic or that the tinnitus is a negative sound. Your limbic system is really important in this process. But once you have a negative reaction towards a sound or a smell or a feel or any of those things, your brain naturally says, well, I'm going to fix that. I don't like being in a negative space. So your autonomic nervous system starts to take over. So this is probably the most popular slide that Dr. Jaspoff created. I've just modernized it a little bit. But let's look back at this. Your ear is likely having some type of damage. Whether or not it's showing up as hearing loss or not at this point is not really relative. What it is that there is likely a missing signal coming from the ear, and the brain's interpreting it, detecting it, and saying and perceiving it as a negative sound. When you have an emotional reaction to it that's negative, your fight or flight system kicks in and says, well, I'm going to fix that. So that's when your stress goes up, your anxiety goes up, which makes you do things to try to make the tinnitus go away. Right off the bat, you might just start to move your ears or try to change things or move your jaw or whatever that might be, but none of that changes things. So once you've done something and tried it, it didn't go away. Your emotional center gets a little bit more upset, which then causes the fight or flight system to kick in even stronger, which makes you start Googling things, which makes you call your primary care doctor or an ENT and make these appointments. Well, guess what? They haven't really given you any positive information that says that your tinnitus is going to go away. So now the feedback loop is getting stronger. This feedback loop, or what we call the feedback loop, is a reflex. It's a natural reflex. In fact, it's a reflex that you experience whenever you see a siren or hear a siren or your alarm clock goes off in the morning. It is a natural reflex, and we want it to happen for certain things. We just don't want it to happen for the tinnitus. Well, your brain can react to different sounds all the time. And think about it, it can react differently to the same sound. So if you're walking, or I used to live in Arizona for grad school, and when I was there, we would golf a lot, and you would see these rattlesnake habitat signs all over the place. Now, if you heard something slithering or the leaves moving in the grass, your fight or flight system would get really strong because it's telling you to get safe. But if that sign didn't exist, and let's say that sound was actually coming from a gopher, your brain wouldn't have the same reaction as it would if you were anticipating it being a snake. So you can have a different reaction for the same sound. We just have to identify what that sound needs to be in your brain and then change the way your brain looks at it. We do this all the time. It's called habituation. Getting used to something over time with no positive or negative reinforcement attached to it. I know that Peter talked about this, but I'm going to talk about it again. Pavlov's dog is a perfect scenario of understanding how habituation happens. So in this first condition, you see that there is a dog food there, and the dog starts to drool because he is looking for that food. Now, in the second condition, there's no dog food, just a bell, but that doesn't cause the dog to salivate. But if you condition them together, bell, dog food, bell, dog food, bell, dog food, over and over again, you're starting to condition the response that just the bell causes the dog to start salivating. So now, if we take the dog food away permanently and just keep ringing the bell, the dog is going to slowly stop salivating to that bell because there's no reinforcement that says that needs to happen. And in that process, that's what we call habituation. So to habituate your tinnitus, we need to take away the dog food that's associated with that. Now, with that association is sound, the negative reaction of that sound. That is the dog food. So if we take that dog food away from the tinnitus, the brain will naturally say, this is not a negative thing. There's no threat to me here. I do not need to pay attention to it. And we do that naturally with sounds all the time. So if it were raining in the room you guys are in right now, if it were raining outside and then you come back and hold this full conversation with me, you would totally forget that it is raining outside because there is no dog food associated to that sound. It would naturally be habituated. Now, even loud, obnoxious sounds can be habituated. People live in noisy downtown metropolitan areas where they have trains and traffic all the time. And they get to a point where if they don't hear those sounds, their brain naturally gets fight or flight mode. What is going on? There should be sound around. People live in Chicago next to the L. I visited there this last summer with my kids, and we were a block away, and every 15 minutes that train was coming by. It was pretty significant, but by the end of our weekend of being there, we didn't necessarily notice it as much because guess what? The train wasn't coming through our hotel room, and we didn't necessarily need that. There was no threat of something being wrong, so our brain naturally said, let's not pay attention to it. There are some sounds that are easier to habituate than others. You know, people can get used to the refrigerator noise kicking in or the washing machine. I don't know how many times I have to tell my kids to pay attention to the beep at the end. They'll still habituate it because their goal is not to remember that that sound is there. In Minnesota, we have something fairly unique. Every Wednesday, the first Wednesday of every month at 1 o'clock, there is a tornado siren test. So everywhere you go in the state, it will go off every month, the first Wednesday of the month. Whenever I get a new student in the office or patients from out of town, it's really interesting when they first hear that at 1 o'clock, what their reaction is like, because it is designed to cause the same feedback loop, and they're looking to get to safety. For those who live there and experience it every month, their brain is naturally habituated. They might have one feedback loop to address that this is something that is normal, it should be there, and then their brain naturally tunes it back out again. So how do we do this with TRT? The primary things that we're working on are sound therapy. And when we're using sound therapy, we want to be very clear about what sound therapy is supposed to do. It should not try to cover your tinnitus. It should be a sound that your brain naturally habituates to. No dog food attached to it. So rule number one of tinnitus retraining therapy is the sound must be comfortable, and you must forget that it exists. So almost always when I see people who have tried this on their own without the knowledge of going through this, they're using the sound a little too loud. So their brain starts to use a negative sound to try to manage a negative sound, and that's not an effective approach. The sound should be something your brain forgets about after 3 or 4 minutes of being there, but it needs to be there consistently all the time. To change a reflex, the most important thing you do is be consistent with that sound. And that is because that's what we use for neuroplasticity. Your brain's ability to adapt happens because of the consistency that is associated to it. So where we want to find our mixing point, think about the left top is your tinnitus in a quiet situation where it is most prominent and your brain is naturally saying this is a bad sound. The primary way people try to protect themselves, and it's completely natural, is let's cover it up. Let's put a noise on that I don't care about that's going to cover up the sound. But unfortunately, doing that does not change the reflex that's already associated to the sound. So we need to use the sound, but at a level what we call is the mixing zone. Audible, but not annoying. It needs to be in that zone where your brain can tune it out after a couple minutes of it being there. Some sounds are easier to do that than others, and that's part of the customization process of what TRT is. So devices that do that, a hearing aid. Today's hearing aids have white noise machines built into them, which would be considered a combination unit. Sound generator, you can still get sound generators that are ear level that are not hearing aids. They don't get used very often, but they can be used. And then there are tabletop units as well. You can use a sound machine at home. You can use an app on your phone. The primary thing that I would tell you is get something that sounds good. You want a good sound quality to it because that hits the limbic system in a more positive manner than something that doesn't have a good speaker to it. Counseling. There are still tools that are necessary for those who are pretty stressed out about their tinnitus. And using that model, and as Peter had talked about, is very, very effective at working in tandem with sound therapy. And then what we do is also coach you through. So what you would expect in our office, especially, is I would see you every 3 months. And in those 3 months, I would have you fill out questionnaires. We use the TFI and the TRQ. And in those scenarios, I'm going to look at the sub categories of where your tinnitus is bothering you the most. And then we're going to address that. We're going to coach you through that and help come up with ways to manage those situations better. So what are we going to do going forward with TRT? Let's start using the concepts of the neurophysiologic model with other tools. I think it's already being done with the bimodal neuromodulation device, such as Linear. I will hold this title. I was the first to fit it clinically in the United States just by maybe an hour. I was one of the first providers to be able to fit it. But what we also are finding that the device is not nearly as effective if they don't understand what the neurophysiologic model of tinnitus is. And how does that affect things has been very effective for our clinic. If we don't educate ahead of time, the tool is not nearly as effective. And then other therapies as well. There are plenty others that are available. We have a therapist on our team, and she walks through different ideas and coaches them through that as well. And then there's the possibility of some medications that can be effective. Last year, June, we were in a TRI, was in Vancouver, Canada. Dr. Dirk de Ritter gave a great lecture on what the future looks like. And he thinks a cocktail of sound therapy, education, and medication could all work together to be the most effective approach for tinnitus management. Now there's some new ones coming out with bio-tracking as well. So actually tracking your sleep patterns and tracking your heart rate and heart rate variability and how that affects your overall health. I think those things are very, very effective, but they need to be effective by using it in a way that is about your overall health and not so much about your tinnitus. Because if you're using it specifically for your tinnitus and your tinnitus doesn't change in volume and it doesn't change in pitch, you tend to continue to have that feedback loop. So using them, but using them in a way that is about overall health can be very, very effective. And then modernizing the treatment approach and the trainings. I'm working with Dr. Jastreboff right now to transition. He's I think 82 years old and looking to take a scale back a little bit. So I'm helping him work through that and transitioning some of the training program to me, and then we'll work on continuing to educate tinnitus providers all over the world. So. With that, I am available for questions and look forward to that.
Thank you, Dr. Leyendecker. Let's give you a virtual round of applause. Very well done, representing TRT in an excellent manner. And what you're highlighting too is that in the world of tinnitus, it's not just one thing that someone should do to get the best results. It's not only a personalized approach based on what exactly is going on in my ears, in my brain, how it's affecting my daily life, but also using multiple strategies that make sense. So that could be TRT plus some sleep techniques.
Yep.
Very commonly. That could be TRT plus bimodal stimulation. What are your general thoughts? I'll just ask that as the first question. How and when do you combine TRT with other approaches?
Well, I think that almost all of them are some way attached, but I think the multidisciplinary approach needs to be something that the providers actually communicate with each other, right? We want to swim all in the same direction for this patient, and if we have one gatekeeper, primary care, however that might be, I think that it would be really important that we're all on the same page of what that looks like. So, in our office, having a therapist in-house has been very effective to make sure that we're adding that, but then also just if it doesn't work, making sure we're setting each other up for success. So each provider plays a pivotal role, but we want to make sure that they all have a good chance at success. So we want to make sure that we're not downplaying something that has research that shows it's effective and are all working in the same direction.
Thank you. I got a few lightning round questions. You up for it?
Yeah.
All right, great. So first one is from GB out of the United Kingdom. He asks, are there written guidelines on how to tune a sound generator or how to program sound therapy?
So with the training through the TRT course that audiologists, and there are therapists that take it and ENTs that have taken it, yes, we do walk through that approach. It's typically right now on a 40-hour Zoom session for training. So we're looking to address that differently going forward. So that will be some more hands-on in-house kind of stuff. But there are definitely some guidelines that we would stick with. We want to make it audible to a point where we're avoiding stochastic resonance. So we don't want it too soft that people start to search for it and that it can actually increase the awareness of tinnitus. So we want to make sure that the sound generator is loud enough for that, but also not too loud that it's starting to cause annoyance.
I do have a written email template that I'll include here in the chat. And I think that does give a good just general start for UGB, but also definitely work with someone who can bring that type of protocol to the actual sound therapy device you're using, whether it be a sound machine, hearing aids, or something else. All right, so next question is from Howard. Howard asks, Doctor, if the TRT pitch needs to be matched to the tinnitus, well, actually, I'll ask the question for Howard. Does the sound therapy need to be matched to the tinnitus pitch?
No, we want it to be as minimal to their daily life as possible, but yet still effective. So no, we don't need to know. In fact, I will sometimes even very brashly say, I don't care what your tinnitus sounds like. I care how it makes you feel. And so when we're using sound therapy, we're trying to find a sound that can be broad enough that it mixes well with the tinnitus, but it does not have to find the pitch. There are a few other tools out there that pitch is kind of important for. Many years ago, it was neuromonics that was really into it. If you have a very pure tone tinnitus, the Signia device with notch therapy was looking for it. But outside of that, the concepts, no, we don't need it to be specific to the pitch.
Thank you. And then Kathy asks, do you use sound therapy 24/7? How do you advise your patients on the duration of use?
Just like I said before, this is a reflex, and to habituate, the more effective it can be by the consistency of which you are exposed to the sound. So yes, you can do this at home, especially if you're mostly homebound. It can be very effective without needing ear level sound generators. But the more consistent we are, the more we're not thinking about doing things for our tinnitus. So if we're going somewhere else and you got to turn something on every time, if you're going over here and now turning something on, that is reminding you every time that you have tinnitus. So that's why ear level sound generators tend to be more effective, is you put them on and you set it and forget it. And that can be very effective. We always are in quiet when we sleep. So it's the easiest spot because your brain never stops processing sound. So if you're using sound at night, that's always the first place to start. I think it can be very effective on the sleep side of things as well. So yes, I would say the higher the consistency, the better.
Excellent. Now we'll ask a final question, which will be, how do patients or prospective clients find you in your work? I know today you're representing tinnitus retraining therapy, so perhaps we'll start with how does someone find you individually, and then if they're not within driving distance to your location, how do they potentially find a provider who's well trained in this method?
Sure. So right now, the easiest way to get to my clinic in Minnesota, we now have 4 locations that will see tinnitus patients. The Tinnitus Clinic of Minnesota.com is the easiest place to look for us, or info@tinnitusclinicminnesota.com would be the easiest way to go that route, or dr.Leyendecker@audiologyconcepts.com is my connection. I'll put it in the chat after this as well. Now, finding a TRT provider, that would be going through Dr. Jastreboff's website, and it's an interesting one, PJJ.
I can drop that in the chat as well.
Perfect. Yeah. So he has a list of providers that have gone through his class, and so if you go to his website, you can find all providers that are TRT trained.
Excellent. Any last words of hope or encouragement for those listening, either live or on the recording, who have some degree of tinnitus that they're trying to resolve and get better?
I think the big thing is that when tinnitus starts, it can be a little overwhelming, and give yourself some grace, take a deep breath, don't do too much too fast, but recognize that there are tools that can be helpful, that are not intrusive to your life, that can make your life better even if you didn't have tinnitus. And we just have to take it one step at a time and find somebody you feel you can trust that can help you walk through that path.
Excellent. Guys, this is Dr. Jason Leyendecker out of Minnesota. We put his clinic website name, and we're going in the chat on YouTube Live as well as here on the Zoom. So Dr. Leyendecker, I hope to talk to you soon, and thanks so much for volunteering for this.
Hey, it's been an honor. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Thank you so much. All right. Dr. Chui, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Excellent. Guys, I am so excited to introduce our next guest speaker. This is Dr. Chris Chui, who is a dental sleep specialist, who's a dental health specialist and assisting with things like TMJ, sleep apnea, dental components. This is something I wanted to highlight as part of this summit because probably the most underdiagnosed area of tinnitus is issues related to the jaw and the neck. So I thought there's no better person I know than to speak about the jaw and TMJ treatments than Dr. Chui. He's based in San Francisco, and he is a dental sleep medicine and TMJ specialist, focusing on the temporal mandibular joint. So the temple and the mandible, they meet in this area, and that's called the TMJ. There can be disorders in that area which can lead to or make tinnitus worse. And he's the clinical director of San Francisco Dental Wellness. They focus on holistic and integrative treatments that address both jaw alignment and its effect on potentially tinnitus. He's helped countless patients find relief from jaw-related tinnitus symptoms. And we've even started to refer some of our own patients at Treble Health to his practice and vice versa. So there's a great collaboration going on here. He works with audiologists, physical therapists, and physicians to help their patients with TMJ issues and potentially tinnitus as well. So we're going to talk about some how to diagnose this kind of condition, different devices that can be used, how common is it for someone in his clinic to have tinnitus, and other relevant pieces. You can find his clinic at sanfranciscodentalwellness.com. And today we're going to jump into the topic, which is the TMJ tinnitus connection, how your jaw can impact the ringing in your ears. Dr. Chui, welcome.
Thank you, Ben. I know that Ben told me that we probably will have a 25 to 30 minutes of talking what I'm going to go through really, really quick. How can summarize everything together. At the end, we're going to have some Q&A question, answering questions. But
thank you.
If
Would you mind would you mind recording this, please?
Sure.
Thank you so much. You can record it to your computer. That'd be great.
Let's see. Click on recording. Where here you go. Okay.
Excellent. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's get started.
Yeah. So I'm gonna go over really quick what TMJ issue is and how this TMJ is connecting to the tinnitus that we're talking about all the time here. What is the myth and what are we really talking about? Because a lot of people, they do not see the connection, even though the joint and the ears is so much connecting together. When you talk about ENT, or ears, nose, and throat, in between are the teeth, the tongue, and the joint. All the nerves are chained together as a whole, connecting to the central nervous system, going through the neuromuscular pathway, controlling the muscles of the jaw. And think about the muscle also pulling the ears, it's causing the eardrum to move and vibrate. And all these muscles, whether it's activated or relaxed, or coming from sharing the same nerves. So we're going to go over that connections, and also we'll talk about what TMJ disorders are and what are the current treatments, and also some evidence-based research on how tinnitus and TMJ issues are related. And at the end, I'm going to give some advice for the patient with the TMJ and tinnitus issues, and what should the individual patient with his symptoms, how they can seek individual specialized care, and any tips of managing the symptoms on a day-to-day basis. So first of all, what is the link, really the link between the TMJ and tinnitus? And temporal mandibular joint disorders, also known as TMD, can contribute to the ringing in the ears because of the very close anatomical and functional relationship between the joint and the ear structures, especially the nervous system. And the temporal mandibular joints is really located very close to the ear canal, the middle ear structure. And there's several key anatomical relationships that explain why TMJ dysfunction can affect the ears. First of all, they share the same nerve supplies. And there's many nerves coming from the brain, different cranial nerves. I'm not going to go too much detail in the anatomy, but at the back of the joint is the one tiny little nerve called auriculotemporal nerves, which will supply both TMJ and part of the external and middle ears, and how you can control things together. If that nerve got inflamed and got certain activities getting affected because of the nerve ending, so the dysfunction of the TMJ can irritate this nerve, which can lead to abnormal sensory perception, which including tinnitus. And it's really interesting how we can see this connection together, and because of the nervous system connections. Second is the muscular connection. There's some muscles called lateral pterygoid muscles, which can move the jaw and closely associated with the TMJ and attaching to the ear at the end of the ear. And a tension or spasm of these muscles can lead to the pain and disorders that radiates to the ears and causing worsening tinnitus. And a third component of all these issues, people usually have the same issues with tinnitus, and which is the pressure with the ears, and feel like the ear is plugged, or have some kind of middle ear infection, kind of feel like same thing, that you feel the same similar symptoms are the eustachian tube dysfunction. And the eustachian tube, which is the tube that help equalize the pressure between the middle ears and also the throat, it is also influenced by the jaw and TMJ functions. The TMJ issues can lead to eustachian tube dysfunctions, create a sensation of the ear fullness, and the pressure changes because it's controlling the opening of the tube, which control the equilibrations of the pressure between the middle ears, and the throat, or even contributing to the raining sound because of that. The muscle is called tensor tympani for the muscle that control the eardrum, which is causing the tinnitus, or the tensor veli palatina controlling the muscles that controlling the opening of the eustachian tube opening. But these two muscles are fully controlled by the nerve that also share the muscles control, the nerve controlling the muscles on the TMJ. So when you have TMJ muscle tightness, you have muscle tightness on the connecting to your ears. So that's why a lot of patients have TMJ issues. They have ear issues with ear ache a little bit, and tinnitus, and eustachian tube function, that you have fullness of the ears. They all contribute together. The more stress you have, the more grinding you have, the more active in the muscles, the more symptoms you have, and everything is controlled together with other symptoms, including headaches, migraine, jaw pain, neck pain, shoulder pain. They all come back from the beginning of your spine, which is your temporomandibular joint, connecting to the cervical area, starting from C1 all the way throughout the whole spine. And this is the beginning of your spine, and connecting with the ears, and everything is connected together. And the growth development started with the embryo, and we can see that with microscopically with embryo, we can see the joint and the middle ears, the bones called malleus and incus, they're actually coming from the same place when they start developing as in an embryo. So we know that they have a lot of connections between the ears and the joints. So now we know there's a lot of connections there, but how does a TMJ dysfunction can affect the ear symptoms? For example, TMJ disorders can arise from various different causes, such as misalignment of the teeth. That's what it will cause bruxism, which is the teeth grinding, a trauma, arthritis, and poor posture. All these can control the bite, especially the posture. The posture can affect the bite. The bite can affect the posture. You have some pain of the jaw on one side, the head's going to tilt differently, and the posture is going to change. And all these eventually can cause inflammation and swelling of the joint component. And the inflammation of the TMJ can affect surrounding tissues and nerve connecting to the auditory system. And this can lead to abnormal neural signaling, which is the brain can interpret as sound problems coming from the ears. And if you have changes in the jaw and alignment of the bite, the misalignment of the jaw can also create asymmetry of the muscle tension. One side was going to pull a little bit more than the other side, and affecting the inner ear structure. And that's why sometimes tinnitus might not happen on both sides. It could be just one side. So that we know that it's not the central issues. There could be individual ipsilateral, which is one side of the issues can cause the same side of the problems. And patient with malocclusion, excessive clenching on one side or both sides can experience increased tension of the jaw muscle with the same side of the tinnitus symptoms. So when you have the increased muscle tension and spasm, which cause the chronic TMJ dysfunction, can cause hyperactivities of the muscle that connecting to the eardrum and also eustachian tube opening. That's why all these muscle tightness can cause issue that we've been talking about all day here. So there are a lot of clinical evidence supporting the TMJ and tinnitus link. And several studies and clinical observations suggest that the patient with TMJ dysfunction are more likely to experience tinnitus. So there's a lot of key findings, including like the improvement of the tinnitus can improve with the TMJ treatments, and many patients with TMJ disorders who undergo dental or jaw treatment reports a reduction of the tinnitus symptoms. And also associated with bruxism, which is grinding and clenching, an individual who grinds their teeth at night often report increased tinnitus upon awakening, or especially in the middle of the night, they wake up, you can hear sound, and further linkage jaw of the jaw tension and also the ear symptoms. We often know that manipulating of the jaw and occlusion can change tinnitus. For example, someone have any dental treatment, for example, a crown that plays on the tooth to protect from fracturing, and all of a sudden the crown's a little bit on a higher occlusion. That means you're hitting the crown a lot higher. That occasionally can have reports that patient feeling the ears hurting or the jaw's hurting, and the ringing of the ears can happen. And some people notice that the moving the jaw differently. For example, especially moving the jaw forward, sideways, and moving and clenching the jaw differently can hear the loudness and pitch of the sound differently. That indicate is a somatosensory input coming from the muscular output, how your muscles pulling the eardrum, causing different pitches. That's why you bite down differently. All these are coming from the teeth. So where is the position of the teeth or the bite can improve or make it worsening of the tinnitus situation can be a really, really key function, how we can find out the best position of the jaw to allow these muscles connecting to ears to relax so that the tension pulling the eardrum will get better. So how do we diagnose and treatment of the TMJ related to tinnitus? So if TMJ dysfunction is suspected as a cause of tinnitus, we need a comprehensive approach to find out what really causing it. So we have to diagnose with a very thorough clinical exam. Technically, someone who knows TMJ and also ear, nose, and throat area, a dentist, oral specialist, or ENT doctors will help assess the jaw movement, clicking on the sound and muscle tension, and also the bite alignments. The technology right now is really, really great that you can look at the images. For example, MRI, the CT scan, we call CBT scan, can look at and evaluate the joint damage. We can look at the anatomy of the jaw joint. We can look at the sinus and also the nose, and it can cause differences in how you breathe through the nose and the mouth and cause the postural problems. And you can look at the cervical area and how the jaw balancing between left and right side. And we can really, really see the damages of the jaw joint because of the occlusal trauma coming on for years, which you cannot see just by looking at the patient's face. And other tests, for example, the nerve test and some mental tests that you can find out whether the jaw movement and can alter the tinnitus, can help confirming the TMJ involvement, or any movement of the jaw can help other issues. For example, your jaw feels different, the neck and shoulder pain can get better, and the posture can get better. And all these are coming from one source of problem, which is your teeth and your occlusion. And also we can use a 3D intraoral scan to look at the teeth and anatomy of the bite and kind of analyze the occlusion, where is the heavy spot and where is the lightest spot and where is the symptom. You can find out the issues and we can equilibrate everything, and you can check out the symptoms and to see if it is really, really coming from your jaw, causing the issues coming from the joint. How do we treat the TMJ issues? The treatment approaches include jaw relaxations. A lot of times we also work with physical therapists because the jaw, we're looking at it, which is part of the spine or chiropractors that we can work with. How this can be stabilized and someone else can come back and align everything back. We'll send the feedback back to the jaw joint and everything will be stable. The key is to decompress the jaw, balance the joint, and let the remaining of the spine echo it back and reinforce the balance of the spine. So all the muscle will be balanced and the bite will be balanced and the force applied to the jaw will be equal, and you create a space, enough space, avoid the jaw hitting the skull and avoid compression of the jaw joint, which is very closely to the back of the joint, which is the ear and all these muscles in the back. One thing that once you can find a position, something's called neuromuscular orthotic will allow the jaw to relax and rest on the jaw position that the teeth can no longer protrude the jaw in that position and cause clenching and grinding. And some other medication can help, for example, anti-inflammatory medication, just like Tylenol, I don't know about Advils and any other medication can reduce inflammations and muscle relaxants. Sometimes we can adjust the bite or orthodontic treatments. And very important is lifestyle modification, for example, reducing stress, avoiding excessive gum, diet, sugar definitely causes inflammation, and everything will contribute to these issues. So all these, a lot of things that we notice, is a lot of things that's happening. It's not just happening recently because there are a lot of studies and research coming back and talk about the same thing over and over again. I'm the clinical director of the VA hospital in San Francisco, and the government appointed me to create this program for TMJ and sleep, dental sleep in San Francisco, which is the hub of the such treatment on the West Coast to treat the veterans. And we conduct a lot of research, and there are a lot of research has been developed on the clinical guidelines to address the relationship between the TMJ disorders and tinnitus. And the guideline for tinnitus, usually we acknowledge that the somatosensory tinnitus can be influenced by TMJ dysfunction. And also this guideline usually recommends considering the physical therapy and chiropractic treatments to align the remaining part, because if this is stable, the rest of the body will start to fight. If you can line everything else together, everything will be treated a lot better and everything will not be fighting again. So it will decrease what we always talk about all day is the fight or flight responses. A lot of chronic pain, chronic fatigue, insomnia, everything connects together because of all these stress that you cause within your whole system. And also the treatment of cervical spine, and it will also affect how this muscle is connecting to the ear, and because of the location of the proximity of the ears and the cervical area. And there's many other university-based studies. For example, University of Michigan also have the bimodal stimulation approach. And in outside US, you have many other universities, the leading institutions such as University of Antwerp and University of Regensburg in Germany. They have a lot of studies already proven TMJ treatments can help with tinnitus. And it happens all the time, especially we've seen it, we treat a patient, we see the results. Tinnitus usually show up probably at a later stage of the TMJ issues. And when you start treating the patient, a lot of TMJ symptoms will get better, but tinnitus usually is the last one to go away. It can happen in a week, in a month, and because of the tiny nerve ending, or also the really small muscles that you have to relax and balance it back, it usually takes a long time because all these symptoms started long time ago when everything started to get together and slowly building up the inflammatory process, and it takes time for it to dissolve, and that usually will take some time. But the most important thing is the most traumatic trauma is coming from the teeth. You have to stop that, allow the joint to heal, allow the inflammation go away, allow the muscle to relax, and allow the muscle and the nerve connecting to the ears to get relaxed, and that takes a long cascade effect to take place. So
thank you, Dr. Chui. So let's bring in some questions from the audience, okay?
All right.
Excellent. There's some questions about sleep apnea and some fundamentals on how to treat sleep apnea and how that could potentially improve someone's tinnitus. Any comments there?
Yeah, so a lot of times what causes sleep apnea? We talk about sleep apnea, TMJ, snoring, and teeth grinding. When we look at the whole picture, potentially we talk about the same thing. Especially when we have TMJ issues, the jaw's usually retreated to the back a little bit more. It happens a lot when patients have extensive orthodontic treatment. Bicuspid extraction, put the jaw back with the rubber band, pull the jaw back and lock the jaw in a long period of time, and afterwards you have retainers. So the jaw retreated to the back and impinge the nerve behind the joint that connecting the eardrum that we talked about earlier. When the jaw's retreated, what's in the mandible, which is your tongue, and the tongue got pushed back. Behind the tongue is your airway, so the airway is smaller. At the same time, if you have pain in the back, you have a forward posture. The neck will push the jaw forward, so the airways cause even more compressed. So that's why patient will snore and more, and the airway is smaller. When you go to sleep, the whole jaw will get collapse because of relaxation of the muscles and also the gravity pull. And that's how you cause obstructive sleep apnea a lot easier. Basically, we will allow the jaw to go to a much better position, which oftentimes to decompress the jaw joint, let the oral appliance, which we often call mandibular advancement device, let the jaw advance to a position that open up the airway. When the jaw is retreated to the back, you oftentimes fire up the muscles. Temporalis, headaches, neck pain, shoulder pain, they all got fired up. When the jaw's a lot more protruding forward, a lot of muscle feels better, extraorally and also intraorally. When the muscles tight up, the ears muscle tight up, airways muscle tight up, and that's why the airway is smaller. So by training of the TMJ, a lot of times we calm down the patient first, give it a lot of chronic pain, give it a lot of chronic fatigue. It will cause a lot of benefits and produce benefits, positive evidence for the patient to sleep better when all the muscles feels better. This is one of the most important reasons why patients are under a lot of pain and also TMJ issues, and also they have sleep issues because they're already fighting all these are fight or flight responses coming from the autonomic nervous system. Patients are under stress. If you give them the CPAP, they will not wear that because they're already fighting you. But if you allow the jaw to relax and relax the muscles, a lot of pain feels better. Oftentimes, I'll say 20 to 30% of my patients, they have both sleep apnea and TMJ issue. We treat the TMJ. Sleep apnea essentially it's gone because you really allow the jaw relax and open up the airway. And that's how patient feels a lot better. But that's how we treat the patients very similarly in the beginning to allow the jaw to decompress. But the difference between treating TMJ issues and also the oral appliance for sleep is the sleep appliance will allow the jaw to stay forward that you will not drop because usually involved with both upper and lower side, which is the nighttime appliance, avoid the jaw to drop down. When patients have the sleep apnea, and in addition to the TMJ issue, then you can have a daytime appliance that allow patient to wear it daytime to align the muscles and jaw. So you treat them together to care of both symptoms all together at the same place. And that's how we can get everything feels a lot better. The whole key is really, really try to avoid patient feels better, relax the muscles, let central nervous system come back and take control back, decrease inflammation, relieve the patient's stress, then you feel good and feel comfortable to go to sleep and breathe on your own. And all these symptoms has to go away before the patient feel good to go to sleep. And that has a lot of effect on psychology, how patients feel depression and PTSD that we see a lot at the VA hospital. A lot of veterans come back with all these psychological factors and really patients with very complicated medical history and come back with a lot of psychological issues. Oftentimes they came to see us already that we see they are under heavy dose of medication, especially antidepressants. One of the major side effects of antidepressant is teeth grinding, which cause all these problems to start with. So you have to slowly unpeel the issues. Antidepressants definitely helps a lot. However, antidepressants can cause some issues. So we have to really look at the big picture. What's causing pain? What's causing psychological issue? When a lot of pain, you're not going to be happy. When you get rid of a lot of pain, patient feels better. And that's why we slowly peel off and remove the medication for the patient and how the patient can feel better. Eventually let the central nervous system come back and take control back. You can get rid of a lot of pain. You can feel a lot better. And a lot of tinnitus issues, breathing issues, chronic pain, headaches, migraine, neck pain, jaw pain, they all connect together because the biggest problems that you have that causing all these problems are the biggest trauma in the head and neck area, which is your teeth. Teeth produce thousands of pounds. Teeth can control trauma, including the jaw, the soft tissue, the muscles, the ears, and connecting to the eardrum. So all these symptoms, really, sometimes we look at the big picture, they all actually talk about the same thing, that we can find out the root cause. If you really truly come from the TMJ, really find out the jaw position and the occlusion can significantly reduce a lot of symptoms that is really, really hard to see from another angle.
Thank you, Dr. Chui. And there are some great questions coming in, some of them very personalized. SK asks, how can we get an appointment? And then I believe Yesenia, who works on your team, is also here in the chat. So there is a link to schedule an appointment or calling a phone number. Do you guys offer telehealth consultations for patients who maybe don't live so close right away?
Yes, we do. We've been seeing a lot of patients. Actually, this originated from VA hospital because I see patients from Hawaii to Reno to San Diego, even like Guam or Philippines, because the veterans go to different places. And telehealth actually really helps us to screen the patient first before we actually see them in person.
Okay, very good, understood. And for those who are here on YouTube Live or on Zoom, you can check the chat for how to contact their clinic. And yeah, my last question here. I'm trying to summarize many questions coming in. It seems that people have different stories of either they know they have tightness in their jaw, they've been told they have teeth grinding, and they have tinnitus, or they tried some kind of mouth guard and it either helped their tinnitus a bit or it made it worse. What would be your what will be your next step for someone like that?
You really have to figure out what is the root cause of the pain. A lot of times we look at the pain point of view, where you kind of feel around the jaw and the neck and headaches and neck pain. You really are feeling a lot of muscles. Sometimes one side more than the other side. You turn the neck to the left versus turn the neck to the right. One side of the neck is tighter than the other side. All these are the muscle pulls. What causes the muscle pulls? If these is truly coming from muscles, you have to identify the balance or imbalance of the jaw. So a lot of times dentists, they look at, oh, patient grinding teeth, which is a very common factors. Our patient have TMJ issues, sleep issues, snoring, stress. Everything will come with stress and grinding teeth that cause teeth fracture or muscle pain. That's why we use Botox, right? And kind of calm down the muscles. However, why is one side more than the other side? Because some people will prefer one side grinding more than the other side. Night guard is a really good tool to protect the teeth. However, if someone the bite is off, you bite down one side more than the other side, you see the asymmetry of the face. Then when you bite down certain sides, one side of the trajectory is going to be more than the other side. Night guard, basically, we take impression and send it to the lab, and everybody is 3 millimeters. So you provide the vehicle for the patients to protect the teeth. However, you would trigger more leverage for the patient to grind even harder. So you provide a vehicle for patients to grind on it, and that's why it's not comfortable. But you have to accommodate that thickness, and that's why we have to really find the jaw relaxed position when all the muscles relax, the position of the jaw and the thickness of the orthotic is extremely important to accommodate the area, because sometimes just a little bit of spinach gets stuck between the gum of the teeth. You have to floss it out. Just a little bit highness of the crown will drive you crazy. So just a little bit different will make difference in terms of how you feel. And that is really important to fine tune the bite. And that takes time for it to locate. And also the muscles will relax slowly over a period of time. And it'll go back and adjust back and forth, back and forth. Let the patient tell us where the relaxed position is, and slowly will adjust according to the patient. When they feel the most comfortable position and relax the jaw, and that's when the pain goes away. And that goes the same way that connecting to all the muscles, including the muscles to the ears. Because when all these muscles relax, every muscle is going in the hand and neck areas, every muscle is going to get relaxed at the same time. And some people will have issue with swallowing and speech and things and tongue, and they all go hand in hand with the same place, because all these are traumatized by the occlusion all these years and cause tightness and cause pain.
Excellent. Guys, let's give a virtual round of applause for Dr. Chris Chui from San Francisco Dental Wellness. And I just included your website in the chat. If anyone wants to follow up, please do. If you've been given very basic advice for TMJ, clearly there are some specialists out there that can provide a more comprehensive approach. So thank you so much, Dr. Chui.
Thank you. All right.
All right, very good. All right, guys. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to introduce our last and final talk. It's been a fantastic summit. I want to hear from a few of you guys in the chat. What were your favorite presentations so far? We've had some amazing speakers. We've been going at this now for almost 5 continuous hours. So we've been putting in a lot of work and spending a lot of time together. What's been your favorite presentation so far? I want to hear from you guys. If you remember the topic or the name, let me know. Also, if you're on YouTube, let me know in the chat. Monitoring that chat live on YouTube as well. I see that Dr. Wikoff, Dr. Chui, of course, Dr. Golenhofen, a fan favorite. We had Julian here, who has a big following for his body-based methods. Dr. Leyendecker with the tinnitus retraining therapy. Excellent, excellent. I love that. And Terry loved the sleep presentation. Excellent, excellent. So JW asked, does your company work with all these doctors? So from the summit, Dr. Diana on the sound sensitivity, Dr. Suzanne on the ear and brain connection, and myself, we all work for Treble Health. So we provide telehealth care to patients with tinnitus. You're more than welcome to schedule a consultation to consider working with us. And then if you wanted to get connected with one of the other doctors, we have their information on the website tinnitusreliefsummit.com. And that's where you can go ahead and reach out to one of them through their clinic. You can just search their name and you should be able to get in contact with them. But yeah, love the questions. Amazing speakers. And thanks for supporting the American Tinnitus Association. Let's just get an update on how much money we raised together for the ATA. We cleared the $1,000 benchmark that we set, so we passed our $1,000 goal, and collectively, we've raised more than $1,000. So that is something to be proud of, and something that will help other people with tinnitus. If you'd like to donate to our fundraiser, I'll include that link in the chat now as well. And that's supporting the charitable organization of the American Tinnitus Association, which is someone that we vet and can guarantee that it's going to a good cause for the tinnitus community. But we're not done. There's more, because I am about to present the final talk for today, which is called Keys to Success for Tinnitus Treatment, Insights from Over 1,000 Patients. All right, guys, really happy to be here with you. So let's go ahead and get started here in just one moment. Where I'd like to start things off is by first just activating the chat here. So after today, I want to know, what is the one part of tinnitus that you're struggling with the most? Is it sleep? Is it anxiety? Is it stress? Is it concentration or focus? I want to hear from you guys in the chat of what are the areas that you need the most help with. And then what we're going to do here is we're going to start my presentation. All right, guys, here we go. So we're going to start the presentation now. Keys to Success for Tinnitus Treatment, Insights from Over 1,000 Patients, and my tips for how to get relief for tinnitus in less than 90 days. At the end of this presentation, this web class, I want you to learn 5 little known habits that can help you get relief in the next 90 days. Also, if you stay until the end, I have an exclusive offer for a 60-minute small group session with both myself and Dr. Michael Gollenhofen, the ENT from Germany, where we'll be able to dive into the root causes of your tinnitus and provide some personalized help and support. But before we start that, I want to launch the poll. This is the tinnitus poll for the Summit 2025. Let's take 2 minutes here. If you've already completed the poll, then you do not need to complete it again. But if you have not completed the poll, we want to learn more about you and who you are, what you're going through, how bothersome is your tinnitus, how does it impact you, how long have you been experiencing it, how does it impact your daily life. So far in the chat, a lot of you have said stress, sleep, anxiety, focus, sleep being a common theme, anxiety being the second most common theme. So it's also hearing as well, sound sensitivity, hyperacusis. So I care about you guys. I want you to get better. I know this summit provides a lot of actionable tips, and that's exactly why I brought together all the doctors. So let's give it another minute or so on the poll. If you haven't completed it yet, that'll be your time to do so. Let's wait until we get about 20 responses on that poll. So far, there's 5. And once we get that, then we'll be all set and continue on with the talk. I see Ruth says that real life is stressful, and if she could step back from stress, she would do it, but life just doesn't seem to stop. So I hear you, Ruth, and totally understand where you're coming from. All right, guys. And on YouTube live, I see Nathan says that in the evening hours, he's really struggling, bedtime. Anxiety, probably the most that he struggles. Um, I see that Christina says getting out of the fight or flight is a concern and something that's challenging to her. So these are all very important and very relevant to the summit. You know, this is exactly why we have this program, and this is exactly why we have these guest speakers to help you in these situations. All right, we've hit 24 responses, so we'll give it another 10 seconds. Try to finalize your answers there, and we're going to continue on. For those who don't know me, my name is Dr. Ben Thompson. For those who don't know me that well, you might know that I live in Oakland, California. I completed my audiology residency at UCSF, which is a top 10 medical center in the country and one of the best in California. I specialized in tinnitus during that residency, studying with one of the best tinnitus providers in California. And he taught me a lot of what I knew in the beginning stages, which are how to treat tinnitus, how to diagnose tinnitus, how to set the expectations of what kind of treatments are actually possible. So it was a really strong foundation. A few years later, I started a YouTube channel. I wanted to educate people on tinnitus and eventually offer some telehealth services. Well, that really took off, and I just found a passion for doing this. So helping you guys turn your lives around is really what is the core DNA of Treble Health. Today, we have a team of 8 doctors who work exclusively with you for tinnitus and sound sensitivity issues. We work via telehealth, so we work with patients nationwide, and we can provide treatment with medical devices like sound therapy devices and hearing aids, as well as one-on-one counseling services, working one-on-one coaching patients through and holding them accountable through the treatment process, which does require a lot of work from the patient's side, as well as ours. Okay, I'm ending the poll now. So to date, we've seen over 2,000 patients through a comprehensive program, and that's why my presentation is the tips of how to get relief that I've seen work very well. So I want to cover 5 little known habits that our best patients tend to always do, and the 4 stages of tinnitus relief, and then how to start tinnitus treatment with our team and a special offer of working with Dr. Golenhofen and I. All right, so just a disclaimer, I want to make sure you've been evaluated by an ENT doctor. You really shouldn't choose to start any sort of program unless you've had your ears checked out medically. Second, reducing tinnitus does not happen overnight. If you've had this for at least a month or so, then I would expect the treatment to last at least weeks or months. It's not an overnight solution. Most people do need more than 90 days of treatment period to reach their end goal. So be patient and commit to something that's going to work for you. And understand no treatment for any medical condition has a 100% success rate. So we provide the best care we can. And for tinnitus, there are solutions out there. All right. So who here has heard from a doctor, there's nothing you can do for tinnitus, or you'll just have to learn to live with it? Who here has told, yeah, just forget about it, just try to ignore it? Who here has been told, well, there's nearly no cure, but you could try hearing aids? Unfortunately, these are the common responses that many of you and many of our patients have been told by other doctors. And it's just unacceptable. But we're not here to try to change their behavior right now. We're just here to identify that there is a better way and there is an effective solution that just most doctors, frankly, aren't aware of or don't believe or haven't seen. But with our experience, we know that's not the case. So can these 5 habits that I'll be discussing help? Well, this is Randy, who is an airplane pilot. He came to us by having mild tinnitus for many years, but then his tinnitus spiked up to a very severe level, an 8 out of 10. Caused severe trouble sleeping. He needed medication to manage his sleep and anxiety. He was also having a little bit of trouble hearing in restaurants, places that had a lot of background noise, and his tinnitus. He had never tried any hearing aids or tinnitus treatment before. He didn't need it, but his tinnitus got very bad. It was a very big problem, scoring an 87 out of 100. He used the 5 habits, and his problem went down from an 87 down to a 20 down to a 3. So from a very big problem to not a problem at all. And he had moments of quiet. Now he has moments of quiet, not noticing the tinnitus at all. So the 5 habits are very helpful, and Randy's case proves that. Where does tinnitus exactly come from? You've learned today in the summit so far that it is related to the ear and it's related to the brain. But there's different brain regions that light up in response to tinnitus. The auditory cortex, the cognitive processing centers, where we put our attention and concentration, our relaxation and stress centers. These are all affected and can be activated in this treatment process. So what exactly should you do? If you were to ask me, Dr. Ben, what should I do as a treatment that's most likely to work for my tinnitus? The two fundamentals that really everyone should have, in my opinion, are personalized coaching and sound therapy. Personalized coaching on the left side of the screen here, it gets us out of the negative cycle of tinnitus. This is when your brain notices tinnitus, it develops fear or anxiety or worry around it. That increases your physical and mental stress, and then it increases the awareness or the loudness of the tinnitus. So that negative feedback loop just keeps spinning and spinning and spinning. Unless we stop that, it's going to be hard to recover. So working one-on-one with a specialist like the audiologists on our team or like me, this is our job, is to help you stop that negative feedback loop and develop tools and techniques that will put you towards relief and a better treatment forward. Simultaneously, the second pillar here on the right, you can see is called sound therapy. You've learned a bit about sound therapy today. I won't go into the details too much, but essentially using specific sounds that are softer than your tinnitus can retrain your brain to, over time, reduce the tinnitus. And if we can get out of the negative cycle of tinnitus, and if we can reduce tinnitus with sound therapy, this is what leads to a treatment. This is called the 4 stages of habituation. I recently spoke with a patient who was referred to me by a surgeon. And this surgeon is a medical doctor who did not find us because he saw us as a referral destination for his patients. He found us because he himself had very significant bothersome tinnitus. And this surgeon now does anything he can to help other people he meets that have significant tinnitus. So a family friend called him and they said, "Hey, I have tinnitus. I heard that you went through it." And he spent an hour with this man on the phone talking to him about what he should do. And one of the important key points was the 4 stages of habituation. So you can see right here on the screen, there's 4 stages, stage 1 to stage 4. Almost everyone with really bothersome tinnitus starts out at stage 1, where there's a high awareness and annoyance of the sound throughout the day. Frequent worrying and anxiety is often accompanied by loss of sleep or appetite. Stage 2, there's periods of time where tinnitus is forgotten or reduced in volume. We start to develop a bit normal sleep or appetite. We have more acceptance, less annoyance with the sound. We can slowly start to go back to our everyday activities. The goal here is to move from stage 1 to stage 4. Stage 4 is where tinnitus is rarely noticed. You can quickly redirect your attention away from it. It does not elicit automatic negative thoughts. And for most patients, the volume decreases over time throughout this treatment. If you're wondering, what is the roadmap? What is the guide? How do I know I'm getting better? These are the stages that you go through to get better. Think of it like you go through these stages so you can graduate a program. You go through these stages so that your body over time slowly, gradually experiences a much different ringing or hissing sound. The goal is to get to stage 4, and you can get there. The essentials for how we get there, you've learned about today, but it's a targeted treatment that induces something called habituation to allow your brain the ability to reduce and filter out the sound of tinnitus. When you induce that with a targeted treatment, it makes that process of reducing the tinnitus happen faster and easier. The ways to do that are the sound therapy plus the personalized counseling and bringing in a comprehensive holistic approach. So the 5 little known habits, habit number 1, make a visible list of daily relaxation strategies in your home. Use them to keep stress to a minimum. All right, so relaxation strategies could be taking a walk, taking a warm bath, doing some guided breathing exercises, perhaps meditation, anything that's calming. You know what can work for you, so write it down and actually practice it. James is a client, a patient of ours who worked with us, and he really stuck out in my mind as someone who took this very seriously with the relaxation strategies. Habit number 2 is to observe your thoughts, feelings, and physical reactions around your tinnitus without judgment. This is essentially practicing mindfulness, that observing what's going wrong is a different experience than being engulfed in it and feeling like you can't escape it. So, observing your mind, automatic negative thoughts, fear, anxiety, observing your body's sensations, tightness in the neck or shoulders, shallow, short breaths, all of this is really helpful to separate you from the suffering of tinnitus. And Melinda is a patient of ours who really took this seriously, and it helped her recover and get to stage 4 of habituation. There have been studies in 2007 and 2020 that support the use of professional counseling, that it's most effective when it's done by professional one-on-one. So an audiologist trained in the fundamentals of CBT, like those at Treble Health, we can do this for you. Additionally, a therapist like Dr. Vernezze earlier, who's well-trained in tinnitus, they can also do this for you. Here's some techniques to remember. Tinnitus is not dangerous. It's not actually the problem, the sound itself, but the reaction of the brain that's causing the issue. So know that most people do learn to habituate, okay? And using CBT is an important piece that I want all of my patients to consider. Habit number 3, finding a new hobby that gets your attention diverted away from your tinnitus and increases neuroplasticity. So a new hobby could be exercise, learning a musical instrument, learning a new language, something that's new, forming new brain pathways. John's a patient that took this very seriously. He started to meditate. He had never done it before. As an attorney, it helped him de-stress a bit. It was a helpful tool, but he did it 3 times a day for his tinnitus, and it was one of the things that gave him the most control. Habit number 4 is making sound therapy a priority every day. Sounds simple, right? But are you doing sound therapy appropriately? And is it something that you're doing even if you're having a good day? If one sound isn't doing the trick or gets boring or annoying, then use different sounds. Common sounds as a default would be white noise or pink noise, and then there can be variety sounds like crickets or natural running water sounds. Those are quite effective. The best technology to use would be something called sound therapy devices, also referred to as tinnitus maskers. That's our top choice for daily sound therapy. Additionally, sound machines or smartphone apps can also work for you. Martin's a patient who was a little skeptical at first that sound therapy coming from hearing devices would really do anything. But what he found out months later is that it was one of the core fundamental pieces of his treatment and how he got better and reached stage 4 of habituation. It's worth noting that all the success stories here, they don't talk to us anymore. They don't think about us. They're better. Their tinnitus is much less. They're back to living normally. And there have been studies in 2020 and 2022 that showed actual brain benefits. Different regions of the brain measured through fMRI imaging studies showed that sound therapy with tinnitus treatment not only made the patient feel better, but actually decreased the brain activity in those key regions that are associated with tinnitus. So sound therapy works by producing slow, soft, low sounds that can retrain your brain's reaction to the tinnitus. That's something that devices on the ears do the best versus other approaches. Habit number 5, this is a CBT approach. This is replacing words that have a negative tinnitus association with neutral words. So if you're thinking, or you notice yourself saying, I'm fighting this tinnitus, use more constructive phrases and change that to, I'm doing my best. the sound is loud and I'm doing my best. If you think or might say to yourself, I can't live with this anymore, just notice that and actually say, okay, I'm strong. I won't give up, even though this is very loud or bothersome to me right now. Instead of saying, this is driving me crazy, you can say, this tinnitus is loud right now. And I think anyone would be a bit annoyed by it. That seems very simple, but I met a man who for 5 years had severe tinnitus, started using these approaches. Fast forward later, and he says, yeah, the sound is still there, but it doesn't bother me anymore. I've habituated to it. So it's an example of how this can help any of you. Toddy is a patient who put this into practice. And in addition to her hearing aid settings, and they were that program for the sound therapy and the hearing aids, the CBT of changing the words and her thoughts was very, very powerful for her. So we've discussed these different treatment options today, CBT, sound therapy with counseling, tinnitus retraining therapy, bimodal stimulation. I want to introduce the Treble Health Tinnitus 180 program, and we have a special offer for you guys to consider where we're including a master class with myself and Dr. Goldenhofen. It's a small group session where you'll be able to meet with us. We'll be able to go into the details of your case history and then provide some one-on-one guidance, as well as you'll actually start our program where you have a full comprehensive approach from Treble Health. So the goals of our program, which are primarily sound therapy with counseling, are to provide some initial relief from the annoyance of tinnitus, to focus on your sleep and get your sleep in order and hold you accountable over time in different appointments, making sure you're getting progress with sleep, reducing the negative emotions around tinnitus, and promoting habituation so that tinnitus is perceived less and less over time. The goal would be to get you relief from tinnitus within just a few months, and 85% of our patients following these methods have a significant reduction in tinnitus within 6 months. So I want you to comment in the chat, yes, if you'd be interested in learning about our program and exactly what it entails. I see JW saying yes, and Jimmy, Pamela, Paula, Robin as well. Thank you guys. Joanne. All right, so let me explain the Tinnitus 180 program. This is something that our team put together as a comprehensive package and treatment protocol for our patients to follow. So you can see me there on the iPhone. This is showing the telehealth functionality of our program. So we work with patients from the comfort of their own home, and they have the sound therapy devices that they put on their ears, and then we program them either as hearing aids or just as sound therapy devices. And then we provide the one-on-one coaching and guidance through telehealth appointments over Zoom, just like this. For patients who struggle in quiet environments, like when they're trying to relax on their couch. And many of you guys are, in early retirement or you're still working. So just being home and indoors and time to relax is really important. And unfortunately gets lost or interrupted with tinnitus. So we find that with our program, the devices on the ears providing sound therapy, it often helps those initial days and weeks go by much better, where patients can be on the couch reading books, back to their sort of normal life of, okay, I'm feeling a lot better. I can do the things I love to do before, start to get into a more normal routine again. Sleep is a big one. So here I'm showing you one of the most effective tools, physical tools that we have for sleep, which is a sleep headband. There's some thin speakers alongside the headband, and we have specific sound therapy that's played through this device that we include in our program. So that's the Tinnitus 180 program. And we have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Trustpilot. So we worked with thousands of patients, and all we do is tinnitus and sound sensitivity. So this is really our specialty. What we're providing here with the Tinnitus 180 program is a comprehensive treatment package that brings lasting relief to tinnitus. And when the patient's done with the program, they do not need to use the devices with sound therapy on their ears anymore. They're essentially back to normal, doing much, much better. We have an 85% success rate based on 2,000 patients. And because of that, we offer something called the Tinnitus 180 guarantee. So we guarantee a significant reduction in our program where the patient must show a significant reduction of tinnitus within 6 months. And if they don't, then they can get a full refund. So we're really aligning the incentives here that we want you to get better. We're very confident in our program. We know this will take some work and this will take some time, but we're going to get you there. And it works for a vast majority of people. And we're also taking the risk away that if it didn't for you, for some reason, like you had a complex case, or that it was, a few various reasons I won't get into, then you wouldn't have to risk, the cost of the program. And for you guys here right now, I wanted to include a bonus, which is the 60-minute small group session with both Dr. Golenhofen and myself. So we would meet on a Zoom session like this, and we would all be able to talk and see each other. And you'd be able to share your details about your case, ask us questions, we'll ask you questions, and make sure you're on the exact right treatment protocol. That's very valuable. If you want to get this right, couldn't think of a better pair of doctors to speak with, myself and Dr. Golenhofen. So if you are someone who is interested in this and you want to take the next steps, here's a link of how to do it. You can schedule a free consultation with a specialist on our team. You can do that by scanning the QR code here, calling the phone number on the screen, or visiting treblehealth.com. So I'm also going to include this in the chat right now. For patients who want to get started in our program, I do recommend scheduling a free consultation. We have two different tiers of our program. So we have a standard tier, which includes the devices on the ears, plus the package of 10 telehealth sessions with our specialist, our audiologist. That program goes for $49.95, $4,995 US. Additionally, we have a second tier program, which is a package of the counseling, the one-on-one sessions, and there's 8 appointments included in that, plus 6 months of the group coaching that we run, and that goes for $1,495, $1,495. So 2 different tiers of programs, and the consultation is to help you figure out which one is right for you and answer some basic questions you have about, what is possible with your specific case. So I'd strongly recommend that if you're someone who is not already undergoing a tinnitus treatment, with our team or elsewhere, that you should reach out to us and see if we're the right fit to help guide you on your path forward. I'm going to include the link in the chat as well as on YouTube for you guys. So if you wanted to schedule by clicking a button, then you could do that here in the chat. And if you were not aware, you can actually call the phone number on the screen, 855-714-0921. We have team members standing by who can help you schedule the appointment. So you wouldn't be talking to the specialist right away, but you'd be able to call and essentially get on the phone with one of our support staff and schedule the telehealth consultation either tomorrow or the next day. So Thursday or Friday of this week. So very exciting. That's available for you guys. And I would really recommend that you reach out to us if you're someone who needs help for your tinnitus. I want to open this up to questions now. So the Q&A is live and the chat is open. I want to answer any questions that might come up. All right. Steve says, is treatment needed for life, or once it gets under control, is it better? For most people, for a vast majority of people, tinnitus is treated during a treatment period. Once it's better, then no, there's nothing else to do. You don't need to have follow-up sessions or anything like that. For most people, you're looking at a 6 to 12 month treatment window. That's the average experience. On average, I would say the average patient works with us for about 7 months, 7 or 8 months. That might seem like a long time, but it's really not. And this is the best type of approach that there is, working with a specialist, going through a proven treatment, committing to it month by month, getting slowly better. Looking back 6, 12 months in the past, you realize, wow, I'm hearing a completely different tinnitus, or I'm not hearing much of the tinnitus at all, or I barely hear the sound. So these are the kind of results that we go for, and I really appreciate you guys. All right, so I'm going to leave this up on the screen here, and I want to give a big thank you, a big round of applause to all of you for coming. If you would like to reach out to us, here's the information right on the screen. Our phone number, 855-714-0921, or you can scan this QR code from your phone and schedule if you're looking at this on your laptop. Or if you're here on the YouTube live, check the chat or the Zoom webinar chat. If you're with us live, I just dropped the link there again. Guys, it's been a pleasure. This has been the Tinnitus Relief Summit 2025. I love you guys. Keep it up and don't ever quit. Have a good night.